Is it turning on? No.
Oh, there it is. Okay, great.
Things on the agenda tonight.
All right. Should we get started?
Yes.
All right, so the regular meeting of the Planning Commission, City of Redondo Beach, on Thursday, October 20th, 2022. And I would like to call this meeting to order. And may I have a roll call?
Yes. Lamb. Present. Hensley.
Here.
Hazelton. Here. Godek.
Here.
Boswell.
Here.
Barrett.
Here.
Chair Gaddis.
Here. All right. Who should we have salute the flag? Commissioner Barrett.
Yes.
All right. I'll rise to salute the flag.
I pledge
Allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the order of agenda?
Motion to approve the order of the agenda.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any objections? All right. So moved unanimously. Blue folder items. Blue folder are the additional backup materials to administrative reports and/or public comments received after the printing and distribution of the agenda packet for receive and file. Do I have a motion to receive and file blue folder items?
Motion to receive and file blue folder items?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any against, say no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, we have our consent calendar. And these are business items, except those formally noticed for public hearing or those pulled for discussion, and they are assigned to the consent calendar. The commission members may request that any consent calendar item be removed, discussed, and acted upon separately. Items removed from the consent calendar will be taken up under the excluded consent calendar section. And those items remaining on the consent calendar will be approved in one motion. I will call on anyone wishing to address the commission on any consent calendar item on the agenda, which has not been pulled by the commission for discussion. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and comments will be limited to a total of 3 minutes. Do we have anyone who wants to speak on a consent calendar item? All right, we do not. Okay, does anyone want to pull any of these consent calendar items? All right, do I have a motion to approve the items on the consent calendar?
Motion to approve items on the consent calendar.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone against say no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, this next section of our meeting is public participation on non-agenda items. And this section is intended to promote members of the public with the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on the agenda for action. The section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the commission. Each speaker will be permitted to speak only once, and written requests, if any, will be considered first under this section of the meeting. Do we have written public comments for non-agenda items?
We do have one e-comment for non-agenda items. We also have someone on Zoom.
Okay.
If you're here for non-agenda items, go ahead and raise your hand. In the meantime, I'll read the one e-comment from Mark Nelson. With regard to comments from Tom Bacali, it has come to our attention that BCHD and the City of Redondo Beach are planning to conflate permitting and easements for the proposed PMB, privately developed, owned, operated structure on 3 acres of leased land of the BCHD campus and the bike path work. That is plainly unacceptable. These are 2 separate projects, one public, one fully commercial. Furthermore, the public is being denied due process rights in both Torrance and Redondo Beach if BCHD, PMB, and the city completes permitting. BCHD needs to be instructed that permitting and project must be separated in all venues from the PMB project, Phase 2 of the HLC, and the bike path. Further, BCHD is acting as a, quote, straw permitter for PMB. As a public agency, BCHD has already abused its voter-approved charter and Superior Court filing to provide benefits for the, quote, residents who reside in the, quote, district. The PMB project and building services, a supermajority of non-residents. It is unacceptable for BCHD to file permit or easement requests that conflate projects, and staff should be directed to reject any and all requests and applications to conflate such. At an absolute minimum, any bike lane easements must be for the limited purpose of non-motorized bicycle and pedestrian use only and processed separately from any PMB-related permitting easements. And that concludes the e-comments. And there's no hands up on Zoom.
All right.
Non-agenda.
Anybody here in the room have any comments on non-agenda items? I see no hands raised. Okay, so let's move on to ex parte communication, which I could learn from. This section is intended to allow all officials the opportunity to reveal any disclosure or ex parte communication about the public hearings tonight. And I guess we'll do both of them at the same time, if that's okay, J1 and J2. Let's start with Commissioner Barrett.
So ex parte contacts for both?
For both, yes.
Yeah, so I did have ex parte contact with Chair Gaddis as well as city staff. I have spoken and met with Mr. Shahimi at the North Redondo Beach Business Association meetings on one or more occasions. I don't think we discussed the substance of this project, though.
Okay.
And that is all.
Great. Commissioner Boswell.
I spoke with a business owner just a little ways down Artesia from the J1 project, and I spoke with a resident, probably about a block and a half away from the J2 project.
Great. Commissioner Goodek.
I have none.
Okay. I spoke with Commissioner Barrett on both agenda items and with staff. And that's it for me. Commissioner Hazeltine.
I spoke with the public.
Commissioner Hensley.
For J1, none, and for J2, I spoke with staff and the applicant earlier today, and also visited the site earlier today.
Great. Commissioner Lamb.
For J1, I spoke with the applicant, Mr. Shahima, and visited the site, as well as spoke with Associate Planner Kinsella. And on J2, I spoke with Senior Planner Gardia.
All right. We're going to move on to our public hearings. Do I have a motion to open public hearings? J1. A motion to that effect?
Motion to open up J1 to public hearings.
Do I have a second on that?
Second?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. Carries unanimously. J1 is a public hearing for consideration of an exemption declaration amendment to a conditional use permit and planning commission design review for the conversion of an existing service bays into a convenience store and a snack shop, and the construction of an office addition with a reduced setback for an existing gas station on property located within a commercial zone at 2714 Artesia Boulevard. Do we have members in attendance who are going to speak on behalf of, or the applicant wanting to speak on behalf of the project? Okay, all those who,
I think it would be anybody who's going to speak on the
anybody who's
project.
going to speak on the project for any reason. Okay, all those who are going to speak on this project, could you stand and we're going to swear you in? All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so let's start this public hearing. Do we have a staff report?
Yeah, so we will have our associate planner, Stacy Kinsella, will be giving the presentation.
Great.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and fellow commissioners. The subject site is located at the corner of Inglewood and Artesia Boulevards. The site is zoned C2 commercial. Properties to the east and west are also C2 and include a mix of retail and office uses. The property to the north is a quick service restaurant, and that's actually within the city of Lawndale. And then the property to the south is R3 multifamily residential, and those properties face Vanderbilt Lane. Here you can see the site. This is a Google image. It's right here at the corner of Inglewood and Artesia Boulevard. So you've got the existing Pump Island canopy here, and you've got the existing commercial building. Just here to the south, these are the residential developments, and you can see this is the main commercial corridor along Artesia Boulevard. The site was originally developed as a surface station back in 1969. In 1987, a conditional use permit was granted for the removal and rebuilding of a new station. And then 1994, another CUP was granted for the remediation of the soil. Last year, some of you may recall that the Planning Commission approved a hydrogen fueling station here. So this project includes the conversion of the existing service bays, which are utilized as an auto repair shop, to include an expanded convenience store. It will be 1,624 square feet in size for the store itself. There is an existing convenience store on the north end of the building that will become a snack shop, and they've noted that they would like to sell ice cream. That will be 812 square feet. They are proposing an office addition on the south side of the building. It will be 194 square feet in size. The office addition will have a reduced setback. It's noted to be 15 feet 5 inches. Per the development standards for this zone, commercial properties that are immediately adjacent to residential are required to have 20-foot side and rear setbacks. The total floor area for the new building will be 2,630 square feet. And they are no longer pursuing the hydrogen fueling that was approved last year. And instead, they're proposing an EV charging station that will utilize 2 of the existing parking spaces. And then the full exterior of the building will be upgraded as part of this project. Here you can see the site plan. The majority of the site will remain the same. But here you can see this is where the EV charging station will be located, and it will serve these 2 parking spaces. The existing convenience store is in this location, and that will become the ice cream shop. And then the service bays down on this end will become the expanded convenience store. This is the location of the proposed office addition with that 15-foot 5-inch setback adjacent to the property line shared with the residential site. And then you've got down in here mechanical equipment that will be installed to service not only the office, but also the expanded convenience store. Here are the proposed exterior elevations. The existing footprint of the building will remain largely the same. The convenience store is approximately 16 feet in height. And then you can see in this elevation, this west elevation, this is the little office addition that will have a shed roof and will actually be tucked under the eave of the existing structure. This is proposed to be about 10 feet in height. I do want to note that out front, facing Artesia Boulevard, there is an existing paved seating area now. They are proposing a trellis structure. It will be approximately 8 feet in height. This will meet the setback adjacent to Artesia Boulevard of a 10-foot setback. I just wanted to show this for reference. This is what the Planning Commission saw last year for hydrogen fueling. Even though it's not a part of this project, they were proposing to have a new island in that corner of the lot with the landscape corner there. And then this over here is the back equipment enclosure. And that was going to be over 1,300 square feet in size and take up approximately 8 parking spaces. You can see the vent stacks here. And then they also had an awning to help shield the noise and the view of the equipment. So for the conditional use permit, this site is designated as C2, and it does include a resident serving commercial use along this main corridor within the northern portion of Redondo Beach. The existing gas station, as it is developed, does meet the development standards for this zone, and it does have 3 access points, driveway access points, so the circulation within the site would not be impeded by this project. There is adequate parking already. There are a total of 13 spaces. The retail space and the snack shop jointly require 1 parking space for every 250 square feet of gross floor area, which comes out to 10 spaces. The office is only required to have 1 parking space for every 300 square feet. It only requires 1 parking space. And then 2 parking spaces will be utilized for the EV charging. So that's your total of 13 spaces. There are no foreseeable impacts to the adjacent commercial properties. And with that grade change between the station site and the residential properties behind, there probably will be little to no visual impact as it relates to the office addition down below. And of course, removing those service bays for the auto repair shop, you'll eliminate any odors or noises that are related to that business right now. It's unclear if they have tow trucks coming and going. However, that's certainly a possibility, and the owner can expand upon that. Because in general, this was not a minor change, changing the land use from the service bays to an expanded convenience store. That's why we bring this amendment back to you for your consideration. So for Planning Commission design review, there's no natural terrain at the site. There are no proposed changes to the pump island, the landscaping, or the circulation within the site. We're just looking at it for that reduced setback, not meeting the 20-foot setback along the residential property line. As I stated before, the new office will be approximately 15 feet, 5 inches to the south property line. And again, that grade change between the properties means that that low shed roof most likely won't be visible to the R3 residential properties. There will be new mechanical equipment. On the site plan, there's a note that the equipment is expected to be about 54 decibel levels, not to exceed 60 decibel levels. As part of the hydrogen fueling station last year, because there was going to be so much equipment and vent stacks, we asked those applicants to provide an acoustical analysis, and that was part of your blue folder this evening. The acoustical analysis showed that the ambient noise for daytime is between 59 to 70 decibel levels, and that includes the traffic noise from Artesia and Inglewood Boulevards. The ambient noise at night is roughly 51 to 62 decibel levels. So when you take that into consideration, the new mechanical equipment would fit within what those residential properties most likely experience. I did get some questions from commissioners about the practical application of decibel levels and, what are some things we can compare it to, the 54 decibels to the 60. So I found an interesting chart that I will share with you. And this is from the Hearing Health Foundation. They're a nonprofit in the US, and they promote research and treatments for hearing damage. And this was very helpful to get a feel for what we have in our everyday life and what these residential units might experience. The average room noise is considered to be between 30 and 50 decibel levels. Then you move forward into, say, landscaping equipment, that's up to 75 decibel levels. You move all the way up to a motorcycle is 100 decibel levels. And then you have, we have a lot of construction going on in Redondo. So a jackhammer is up to 130 decibel levels. And per this group, sounds above 70 decibel levels can harm your hearing over time. So in theory, the mechanical equipment, per the acoustical analysis, will fit within the ambient noise level there in that neighborhood. I do want to make a comparison, though. Our noise ordinance says the presumed ambient noise level for R3 multifamily residential says 55 decibel levels during the daytime, which is 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., and then 50 for the nighttime. Because of where this site is located adjacent to a major North Redondo corridor, it's very useful to look at that acoustical analysis and see what they're experiencing now without this new equipment. Now, I did pull out some noise conditions from other projects I have worked on in the city. This is just for comparison. Obviously, the Planning Commission needs to deliberate and determine whether or not there are potential noise impacts. There was a dance studio just a few doors down at 2772 Artesia, and there were concerns about the dance music because it was immediately adjacent to rear residential in a similar fashion as this project. And what they said at that time was, in the event that the background music played during business operation can be heard on the exterior of the tenant space and results in complaints, the business operator shall agree to lower the music volume to a level considered reasonable as determined by the city. I also worked on a daycare on South PCH. This was the Smart and Final that was converted to a preschool daycare spot. They utilized sound absorbing blankets on the fences and walls around the playground because it immediately abutted residential properties. And this condition is specific to making sure that those barriers were in place before the business opened and that they remained at all times while the business was in operation. And then the third one I pulled from School of Rock at 1806 Artesia. This one's a little bit different because they actually built 2 layers of drywall inside the building to help protect the sounds from the back rehearsal halls. Now, none of these fit perfectly into what we have here, and we don't know yet if the Planning Commission, through the deliberation process, wants to have any noise conditions. But I did craft something for your consideration in case that's the direction the group went. So here's this first potential condition. If any noise complaints are received regarding the new mechanical equipment, the owner shall, at the owner's expense, cause to have noise readings taken at the site by a licensed professional. The results of those readings shall be submitted to the Planning Division for review. Sound attenuation measures may be required at the discretion of the Community Development Director. I put that out just for consideration. I do have a second condition, and this relates to hydrogen fueling. Because we approved it last year and we have this proposal tonight, it's very important that we take into consideration that if it's approved tonight, both approvals cannot exist at the same time at the site. Because of that equipment enclosure for the hydrogen fueling taking up so much parking, tonight, if this proposal were approved, we need that parking to serve the expanded convenience store and ice cream shop. So this is what I crafted for that second condition. The hydrogen fueling project approved by the Planning Commission on May 20th, 2021 is being replaced by an EV charging station and an expanded retail snack shop with an office addition. All parking spaces are necessary for the currently proposed project, and the site can no longer accommodate the hydrogen fueling equipment. Therefore, Planning Commission Resolution 2021-05 PCR02 is no longer valid. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission open the public hearing, take testimony, close the public hearing, and make a determination regarding the exemption declaration, the amendment to the conditional use permit, and the Planning Commission design review for the proposed convenience store, snack shop, and office addition at 2714 Artesia Boulevard. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Should we go for comments from the applicant at this point? Would the applicant wish to make any comments to the commission members?
My name is Bashir. I'm the owner of Doug's Mobile 2009. Due to current situation, basically we have a 4-bay mechanic shops at the site. I decided to replace it with a snack shop. Basically, right now what we are doing by replacing the mechanic shop, we are reducing noise with the beauty. That's what we are doing. So the only thing we are doing is just putting walls instead of the garage doors and removing jacks and making the building beautiful. So people, I know it's important for city of Redondo Beach, and we want to have a modern, beautiful station so can serve all people at what they come in for gas, so they can be served at the same time, like get a snack or grab an ice cream or something like that, so we can serve all at one time. And that's our plans.
Okay.
If any technical questions, we can answer.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Boswell?
So are you exiting the gas station business entirely, or are you keeping some of that?
No, gas station stays the same. The only thing, we are closing mechanic shops.
So you're still going to sell gasoline at the pumps. That's why that's staying.
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't real sure about that. But no more maintenance.
No
more
maintenance.
smog checks.
Smog
more of the
checks,
stuff we really need.
repairs, everything.
So
I
personal.
live up there. Okay, I just want a clarification on that. So the business is going to maintain selling gasoline, but expand convenience store and add an ice cream shop.
Yeah.
And you need an office too.
Yeah, exactly. Right now, we don't have an office. We are struggling with that.
Okay.
Any other questions from the commissioner? All right, Commissioner.
Hi, good evening. I had a question on the mechanical equipment. What exactly is the mechanical equipment in question that the staff was presenting on?
It's right behind the office. Right now, there's a 2 compressor. One is for walk-in cooler, one is for the air conditioning. It's very minimum. Been there for a long time. The only thing, the capacity goes a little bit higher, but I think based on his recommendations, he's very familiar, so it's not going to be changed to any noise or anything. It's going to remain the same.
So there's something there today, and you're going to
Yes.
replace what's there today with something
With a higher capacity.
high? Okay, and that bigger or?
He can answer it probably.
Sure.
Good evening, Commissioner and Chairman.
If you could
Yes,
identify yourself, that'd be
yes.
good.
My name is Jay Zapata. I'm the architect of the project. And yes, this is pretty much our 6th similar project that we've been doing. We've been doing similar projects within the Southern California region. And yes, we believe that the equipment is going to be very similar to what they have now, even more efficient because it will be a newer piece of equipment. And we haven't even specified the amount of decibel that we expect to use based on other projects that we have done in the region.
Okay, so today there's a walk-in cooler part of the mechanical equipment and an air conditioning part of the mechanical equipment? That's there today?
The unit pretty much is to serve the convenience store and the snack shop. The walk-in cooler will actually have a unit that will be inside the building for only the walk-in cooler portion.
Okay. Real simply, I'm just trying to understand what's there today and what's going to be there in the future. Today, there is what?
There's a walk-in cooler. Right now, we have a 8-door walk-in cooler, so we will probably replace it with probably 16, right?
I think we're actually going to go to 10.
10.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 door. So
Okay.
it's not going to be much difference in noise. It
Okay.
remains the same, actually.
Okay. All right. Just trying to wrap my head around it. And the office addition doesn't exist today, right? That's a new
No, it does
structure?
not.
And the roof is what exists today? Like that roof
Yes.
line and the otherwise building wall exists
Except-
today, not changing, right?
No, we are not changing anything. The only thing we are basically changing the material and exterior, making it beautiful. That's all we do.
And since you're redoing all the service bays, is there a reason that the office space wasn't inside since you're having to redo all the service bays anyway, is there a reason you have to do the addition to?
In 2009, when I applied for conditional use permit to put a snack shop in the waiting area, we removed the office, which was a mistake. And we can't, basically, our business is a cash business. I don't have a place to even count the cash. And we can do paperwork properly, so that's the reason we decided to have a office space. Right now, there's a storage. So instead of replacing the storage area, we're putting an office there.
Okay.
If I can add to your comment, maybe it would be helpful if we can see the site plan, the floor plan, if possible.
I can pull that up. Is this what you wanted to see?
Yes, because this shows how, and something that I would also like to add is, as I mentioned, this is probably our sixth conversion that we have done here in Southern California. A lot of these business owners they decide to stay within the city rather than relocate it someplace else. So we have seen these conversions being very popular. An example, we did a conversion in El Segundo last year. We did one in Newport Beach. We have done one in Beverly Hills. So it's becoming very, very popular because of the demand for auto repair has been going in decline. So when it comes to square footage, every square footage count in order for us to provide, in order for our clients to provide sales, and in order for them to really have a business that it will thrive. So on our client's case for this particular project, a office, as you can see, the space is very limited. You can see that you have the sales floor with the gondolas where they're gonna be. We have a walk-in freezer, a walk-in cooler, storage, bathroom. The requirements from the health department on the county are very strict when it comes to storage and places for the employees to wash their hands and other requirements where it really squeeze all the square footage that you have. Reason why, for us, it really needed to provide that extra office space for Bashir to run the business.
If I can add, the reason we are closing the mechanic shop because it's a dying business for us. More and more people are going to lease cars. They take their car for repair to the dealer, and there's not much electrical car. We can't fix it, so that's why I decided to move from repair to go to snack shop and ice cream. At the same time, through my project, I'm helping my neighbor, which is to the right-hand side of us, and I'm giving my mechanic, basically, business to him, so two businesses gonna survive in this project.
Okay.
And he's here on my behalf to talk if you guys will have any questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions from Commissioner? There we go. Commissioner Lamb.
Can you, excuse me, can you tell us approximately the difference in height of the residential unit behind you? There's a difference in grade. Can you tell us what that difference is?
Yes, Stacy and I, we have multiple meetings regarding this. It was a concern, and we were able to address Stacy's questions and comments. So I'm glad that you're bringing that up because we did spend some time working on it. We visited the site multiple times. So we actually ended up putting notes on the site plan. So there was no discrepancy, and we can all be aware of the difference in height. So as you can see on the notes that we have, let me see if I can read it from here, and I'm sorry, because I don't have it on top of my head. But Stacy, maybe you can help me by zooming in.
Yes, I'll read your notes.
Yes.
Over here, they have a call out for 62 inches of difference between the properties. As it varies all the way, I wanted to give the range. It varies all the way down here, and it says 56 inches level of difference between the properties. You also had a call out down here. There's a 16-inch change in height over at the planter area. So within the property, you go up a little bit, and then you go up much higher for the residential behind there. And then, of course, you have the fencing on top of the walls all along here. They're required to be at least 6 feet in height for multifamily residential. They might actually be higher out in the field because of the commercial to residential. They can go a little bit higher.
When I observed the residential area, I noted that the windows were significantly higher than 5 feet. Do you happen to know what that measurement is? And the reason I'm asking is to give the other commissioners a sort of sense of how the residents would be viewing the new office and whether it would intrude on their visual perspective.
That is a good question. I actually was not able to access the residential portion because it's private, but I do not have the measurement for that window. What I can tell you is that there is a fence that divides the two properties, and the fence is being noted on the drawings. It's a combination of cinder block, and some parts are wood, some parts are chain link fence, but the fence is really tall, dividing the two properties.
So that would make approximately 10 to 12 foot.
We actually did measure the fence because we were able to measure it from the applicant's lot. We have the measurements on the drawings. I believe is the cinder block portion total is 10 feet tall.
The fence?
The fence, correct.
Okay.
It's pretty tall.
So that would be 15 feet, correct?
Yes. By the time that you
Before
add-
there would be visual.
Yes, because the property right now steps down. So
Right.
yes, by the time that you add that change in level, there is a significant difference in level between the two properties.
Right. And can you describe the storage enclosure that's there also? On the right-hand side, yes.
That used to be remediations for ground. At the moment, we just store, it's permitted. The only thing we store, like empty freezer, things like that, we store it, but there used to be a big machine was making a lot of noise in there. It was, but once the land was cleaned, so they removed it. So
And is that covered?
it's covered, yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions among the commissioners for the applicant?
I do, I have one.
All right, Commissioner Hazeltine.
So you have 2 electrical charging station going in?
2, yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Is that going to be, they're going to be fast charging?
We try to get the most efficient possible in the market.
Is that?
I haven't shopped for it. I have not looked in detail. I called Southern California Edison. They were trying to cooperate to put it in themselves, but we were not successful. But we are in communication with Southern California Edison to put like a supercharging station, something to do it as fast as possible.
Yeah, because the other, not fast, isn't really very useful, actually, unless you're going to leave your car and then go for 12 hours. So it would have to be fast in order to get it done in like 15 minutes. I have an electric car, and I'm always running into, if I go out without a charge, I have to look for a fast charging station. So that would be really important. The other ones just really aren't functional.
The timeline that I'm looking for, probably max an hour or hour and a half. So it's going to be like Tesla type of charging stations. That's what we are looking for. I talked to Edison, and they are trying to provide us the charging, but they haven't decided which kind. So
Okay, thank you.
we have any other questions from, Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Chair Gaddis. Right. Mr. Shahimi, good evening. Did you speak to any of the property owners in the immediate area to find out if they were supportive of your proposed project or had any objections to it?
I'm quite friend with a lot of my neighbors. I did talk to them, quite a few of them. They have no objection in this project.
Okay. Did you consider having them sign on to your application in the form where that's allowed to demonstrate that those neighbors had no objection and may have actually had a lot of support for it?
I did not ask anybody to sign any petitions, but of course we had a sign up and the property, if they had any objection, they would have showed up today.
Okay. With respect to the proposed hours of operation, on one of the sheets, it indicates hours of operation for the convenience store, 4 a.m. to 12 a.m. Is that your?
No, actually, we changed it. We usually close outside convenience stores around 9:30 p.m. till 5 p.m. That's what we close.
Okay, and is that what you want to do for this location?
Yes, that's exactly it.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
From 9:30 p.m. we are closing till 5.
Okay.
Okay, and the ice cream shop, it was indicated on the sheet 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Is that your
No, ice
proposed
cream
hours
shop.
of operation? What?
I'm sorry. Ice cream shop, we are gonna be from 11 a.m. till 9 p.m. Maybe Friday 10 p.m., but 11 a.m. we're gonna open the ice cream shop.
Okay. All right. I did have a question about the ice cream shop. Is it going to be a branded ice cream shop of any particular type or not?
It's gonna be branded. It's gonna be Haagen-Dazs.
Oh, okay.
Usually Haagen-Dazs do not put an ice cream shop in a gas station. Their aim is in basically higher end malls and airports, but I convinced them that I would make it really luxury place, so they approved the project.
Okay. And I think you mentioned, or Mr. Zapata may have mentioned, that the existing business with respect to the repair bays, that's work is going to go to another business here on Artesia, is that right? This
Yes.
gentleman over here?
Independence, yeah. That's
Okay. All right. And just real quick before I turn it over to Commissioner Boswell, will you have security on site? Do you have any plans for on-site security? And if not, are you taking any precautions for security with respect to anything that could be helpful?
We do not have any security. The only thing security we have is like security cameras, and we are taking precautions, things like that. And we're gonna reinforce the doors, having a better. Our windows are bulletproof right now, so we're gonna have something like that, and our door is gonna be reinforced.
Okay. Thank you both. I don't have any further questions. Chair Gaddis.
All right, Commissioner Boswell.
Where exactly is this other repair shop that your repair business is shifting over to?
It's to the east of building, basically on Artesia. Mike, what's the? Yeah.
Say again?
It's
address that when I come up.
All right.
sorry.
Right. Any other questions from the commissioners?
I have one.
You do.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodall.
For staff, actually. So we're being asked to approve a reduced setback. The intention of the 20-foot setback is what? To avoid visual impacts, to avoid noise impacts? Why is the 20-foot setback something that we require?
That's a great question. It's to create an additional buffer for those residential properties so that you don't, in this case, that's their outdoor living space. So you don't have your family playing outside immediately adjacent to a commercial building or commercial activities.
And so we don't, given the way this property is laid out, we're not expecting that to be an impact with a reduced setback with this project. That's what we're saying.
With the office addition, I highly doubt that would create impacts aside from potential noise from the new equipment.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. I do have a question. So the location of that mechanical equipment, that's the same as the location now. That really isn't a change.
They do, yeah, as he was saying, they have existing equipment off the back of the building, is that correct?
Yes, it's at the same exact location.
Okay, same exact. So that's already employed. That's not a change.
No.
Okay. Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Boswell.
The mechanical equipment area is, I'm trying to remember in reading this, if it's an enclosed area with roof over it, sound mitigated materials.
It's an open area.
It's all open.
Yes.
Okay. And the equipment that's there now is all being replaced with something more modern?
Modern, more
Modern.
efficient,
Okay.
and that's exactly we are replacing. It's gonna look
And it should be less-
It's like two big condenser, like your AC condenser at home.
So-
That's how much noise it makes.
So are the specifications on this telling you that it will be a lower decibel level?
The specifications actually call for 54 decibels.
Sorry?
54 decibels.
Say the whole sentence.
So the current specifications based on our
The
projects.
code? You're saying code?
Current.
Current, okay.
So my
Okay,
apologies.
what I'm asking is, are the specifications on the equipment that you're going to be buying telling you that you're going to have a lower decibel level than the existing equipment? It's not a code question. It's a product question.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same.
It's going to be the same, so it's not going to be less.
It's gonna be lower, even lower noise than what we have right now.
I think there's a,
It's gonna
was
be
there a
more-
table in their presentation that showed that?
There is a table.
Can we see that? So would you, while they're doing that, would you consider if you get noise complaints, covering or surrounding that with walls and a roof and soundproof it?
I doubt that if any noise complaint we're gonna get. The reason I said, because we had a remediations machine right behind it, close to the wall, which is the existing apartment complex. And I never heard any complaint from those. On top of that, we are replacing the existing compressor with a more efficient, more
I
modern.
understand that, but that's not the question. The question is, if you get complaints from neighbors about the noise, would you be willing to mitigate that by enclosing and providing some kind of sound buffer?
I believe the planning is actually adding a condition to the approval.
Say
So
again?
maybe we can, the plan department is adding a condition.
They've made that a
to
condition.
approve. Yeah, probably we can pull that on the
So
screen.
that's already a condition?
That was the proposed
the proposed
condition
language.
that,
That's what I'm trying to nail down. That's
she's
not a
just pulled it up on the
condition.
presentation.
It's not already a condition, but we could make it one.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I was looking for something more specific rather than we'll just fix it. So would fixing it require something like
If I get
a soundproof enclosure?
If I get any noise complaints, then of course, we're gonna have some sort of shielding wall or equipment so it would not bother the neighbors. Because
Excellent.
we live in the same neighborhood, I don't want anybody in conflict.
Okay, you don't want somebody trying to get back at you by leaving a car running outside your house all night. I wouldn't do that. Okay, so I just wanted to nail that down so I had something very specific. Okay, so you will go to whatever extreme needed to make the
Just-
neighbors happy if it turns out it's noisier than
Exactly,
expected.
like when the commission department approved the hydrogen project, that was much nicer, and they did a study on it. And they were gonna shield it, but this is a small compressor. If it comes to that point, we're gonna shield it.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant from a commissioner? Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, thank you. One question on the EV charger. So on the drawing, it notates there's a lot of notes on here, which is great. It notates a Bosch EV 800 or similar dual charging station. And I quickly searched it. It's a standard kind of overnight garage style, charger, not a fast charger. But fast charger is your intention? Is that what I heard?
That's exactly what, once after the plan was submitted, Edison contacted me. They were asking me for 8 space for charging stations. And I said, the city may not approve 8 parking spaces getting for a charging station. They were gonna give it free for us. But I said, I need 2. They said, then you can buy it from us.
Okay. And have you, I think the DC fast charging equipment, there's kind of a fan and some loud, not super loud, but some sort of fan noise when they do DC fast charging. Have you looked into any of that part of it yet? No. Okay. Also owning EV cars, they're normally kind of away from stuff. And I don't know what the noise level is. It might be minimal or.
I've never even heard a noise.
Oh, you have a
But-
Tesla? Oh, Teslas don't make noise.
But there's fast chargers that aren't for Tesla. And, but just kind of for reference, if you've ever, I've been out there and got caught and I'm on Wilshire and I need to get back home. If I stop and shop where they have it, in 15 minutes or 30 minutes, I literally would get like 4-mile charge. So they're not really functional. Unless it's a fast charger.
One thing I want to make sure that I
And you
would
can
have
charge for that.
efficient, because one thing it does, having efficient charging stations bring customer back, and I don't want to give you, basically charging is a selling to you something. So if I want to put something efficient and you be satisfied, that's what I want to do. It's whatever we have done so far in our business, we had very minimum complaint, and I want to make sure that part of business is going to be
It's
efficient.
really confusing. I know.
I wanna make sure-
I'm confused when I'm out there and I try to stop somewhere and are you kidding me? I got 4 miles. Okay, hopefully I can find a fast charger by the time I get home.
I want to promise you that I would make sure every effort to have a good charging station there.
Is there a way we can put that in as a condition?
Yeah, I've made a note of both the noise and the other recommended condition from staff, and then as well, the EV charging.
Okay.
To be a fast charging station.
And something that I would like to add for the charging, usually a lot of the projects when we start designing, power is usually an issue. It was not the case for Bashir. He actually did an electrical upgrade, which.
If I can add it, in 2009, when I applied for the conditional use permit, we would run short of electricity. So I have a phase 3 electricity in the station. So mine is going to be much stronger electricity at the station. I can run a factory from the gas stations. That's
Right.
what I've been told by Edison.
Which is a huge help when it comes with the demand
Yeah.
of the station, because usually what happens is the store is usually designed for a 200 amp, but the station usually requires for the conversion 400, and then if you want to do EVs, you then need to go to 600, which Bashir already has that, which is very, very unusual for us to see that.
Actually, I spent $189,000 last time to upgrade my electricity. I basically cut the Artesia, went to Edison Vault, brought a big conduits of electricity, so.
So in case that we need to do because the superchargers, they require that amount of power.
Right.
It's all about power.
It's
So
so
that's the reason why
confusing.
you probably cannot find them everywhere, because you need that amount of power
Yeah.
available. And I believe that's not going to be a problem for this project.
Right. It is really confusing, though. I mean, I think if I had a conversation with most people, they wouldn't even get it. It's like, well, there's a whole food charger. What's the problem? Just plug in. I literally got 4 miles. You know?
Commissioner Hensley, I believe you were not finished with your questioning.
Oh, sorry.
Were you before Commissioner Hazeltine hijacked?
No, it's okay. That was my question. I'm all done.
And were you interested in perhaps putting a condition in ambient a noise level for the chargers?
Potentially, because again, have experience using some models have some loud noise. I don't think, again, any loud or anything else there, but maybe we can cover the one noise condition, right? And take care of it that way. Oh, I'm sorry, I did have one more question, just jog my memory. Are you interested in more EV chargers? And you...
That would be a good thing to have it, but I was really afraid of not getting the project approved.
Okay.
That's what the one concern I had. Otherwise, because per square inch, you have to have enough parking. So I said, if I put 4 or 5 of them at the side, you guys may not approve it. So that's the reason I asked for 2.
Okay. Yeah,
Which
we'll-
actually
we'll
today helps a lot of people, looks for EV chargers. And I was gonna have it, but even the city of Redondo Beach, they said, we're gonna partner up with you if you wanna put it in. So they are also, when I talked to my Zain Ubaji, he said, and the city manager, I talked to them, they said they're looking into it, see if they can partner up with the EV charger part of this project.
Thank you. That's all.
Okay, I have a question. So when this is for staff too, when the hydrogen fueling was approved, did I see correctly, because I wasn't involved that was before my time, were those chargers along that corner landscaped area? Am I correct? Did I see that drawing right? Where were those hydrogen charging stations?
On the corner.
Yeah, there they are, right on the corner there.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that corner is still there, and right now there's nothing at that corner, right?
Nothing.
So, and is there space there for him to take 2 of the required parking spaces for his businesses and put them over against that corner and add 2 more EV stations on those 2 spaces that he's moving, or vice versa, put the electric ones where the gas or the hydrogen spaces were?
It's very possible that he could do that. He has to have an 18-foot two-way driveway aisle. So he would have to provide the measurements between the pump island and wherever that parking would be. The hydrogen fueling station actually cut a little bit into that landscaped area, so he might be able to accommodate that, yes.
Actually, that's what I was thinking. So if I can curve in a little bit in a landscaping area, that would actually, that landscaping, no matter what, you try to keep it up to date. Sometimes animal pops from underneath and destroys your landscaping. So if I can reduce a little bit of my landscaping, that would add 2 charging stations right there, back to back, that area.
Or also as an option, we can use the parking that we're providing for the convenience store, if it's allowed.
You use the parking where?
The parking that is provided for the convenience store right now, which are marked 1 through 11.
Yeah.
Those we're not adding any charging because we didn't want to potentially compromise the approval. But if it's allowed, I don't think it's an issue for us to place a charging station in between 2 stalls, which is how it's served. One charging station can provide 2.
And that would be a variance, right? Because this is the required number of spaces.
Well, if it's a fast charging station and it takes 15 minutes, that would be about the time somebody would go get an ice cream cone. So there could be some synergy with that.
That way with no impact.
Yeah.
The existing design.
Can I clarify then? The code doesn't say anything about like parking space can't be for EV charging, nothing, we don't have any requirement. EV charger cannot overlap with a required space. It's kind of a judgment call or discretion on, is that right?
That's correct. The code did not contemplate EV charging.
Good one.
Okay. Yeah, so okay. Yeah, I like the idea of increasing, maybe leave the flexibility to where they want to put them.
This mobile station on the off the 110 just put in 15 chargers on the back of it. I'm like, oh my God, just the whole thing. Yeah, it's like the gas part's getting smaller and I couldn't even believe it.
The volume of gas is dropping day by day. Electrical car is getting more and more. So we want to have alternative way to make money. That's
Yeah, of
bottom line.
course.
If I can add it, but at the same time, I did not want to compromise my plan because not get it approved because based talking to him and he told me that you have to have certain square footage parking for the convenience. So that's the reason we add 2. If I can get 4, Edison would also come in too.
I have a question. What is the threshold? What is the threshold that Edison is looking for? You said something like they wanted 8 spaces or something like that, right?
80 space, they would provide 100% of funding for it.
8
But I said, the city would kill me. I said, I can have 4. They said, they go 50-50 with me. So that was the point.
Commissioner Lamb.
So a point of clarification here on the EV stations. They're generally identified as exclusively for EV and not for ice cream, so to speak, right? So what's the sweet spot here where, since there is no discrepancy in the code for EV stations, where's the sweet spot that planning would see as being appropriate?
So my initial thinking is that the 2 spaces identified on the site plan, those would have signage saying EV charging only. If the commission felt it's appropriate to put more charging stations, then either we don't have that signage at those charging stations or somehow we let people know that the rest are open to all customers.
Even though they have charging capability.
Correct.
That is a great idea.
Because my observation is that often those EV station spaces remain empty for a significant amount of time, right? Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Barrett?
Mr. Shahimi, just to be clear, if the planning commission includes a condition requiring a certain number of fast or superchargers, and Edison doesn't pay the full amount or doesn't do 50-50, bottom line, are you prepared to make that financial investment to satisfy that condition to have these fast chargers, superchargers?
I'm committed to do that because I'm already in it, so why not?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Boswell.
So right now, it's 2 EV charging spots intended to be fast charging. You're open to adding 2 more. And we have what appears to be a choice to either put them next to the existing planned ones or to be on the corner. Would there be a preference that you would have?
I would have it on landscaping side. That corner would be much better because it creates 2 more parking space at that corner. So it will curve in on this end of the.
With the assumption that if you did put them next to the existing ones, you would still put 2 parking spaces, but they would just be normal parking spaces.
Yeah, normal parking.
I think it's probably a better idea to have the charging stations, as you mentioned, because sometimes they're vacant, and if that's a good place for them to be vacant.
Sometimes people come
further
in
away.
and park along that stretch. You can't tell them there's no parking, so
They park
why
there
not
anyway.
curve it in and make it a EV charging station?
So they park there anyway.
Yeah.
So now the landscape portion, that corner, I've driven by there probably a million times, and I couldn't tell you if that is soil there or if that is cement there with plants embedded in it. Does that allow for a permeable surface for rain and water to seep down into the ground?
It's a dirt, basically. It used to be grass, but the city basically told me to remove the grass because of the water shortage.
What's in there now?
It's basically environmental plants type of things.
Succulents and,
Pollens.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the other challenge, of course, is it's on a corner that is constantly being bombarded with exhaust and pollutants that a lot of plants aren't going to survive. I think your hardier plants are going to be the way to
So
go.
if we reduce it a little, it gives us more ability to maintain it better.
Yeah, okay, good. And you're going to continue with that and maintain those plants, keep them alive.
Exactly.
Right, okay, I have no more questions.
Okay. Let me clarify something. One of the ideas, I think, if I understood correctly, was not only to allow these two perhaps dedicated charging stations, but also to allow them to put up basically as many, maybe add 2 to this, and I don't know if 2 is the right number, to this area at the corner, but basically to make the others, as many as they want, to be optional charging stations. That is, somebody can park there if they don't need a charge, or they could park there if they want to get a charge. Is that what we're talking about? Do I understand correctly? That was sort of one of the ideas floating around?
I wouldn't necessarily want all of the parking to have EV charging stations because we don't know, practically speaking, how individuals will utilize the site once the stations are included there. But my thought process was that if we have the 2 that are dedicated and there's signage specifically for those 2, maybe having 2 more would give a little bit of flexibility, and we'd have signage stating that those could be utilized by all customers and see how that goes versus if he happens to pick the top of the line charging station that everybody loves, I would hate to see all the spaces taken. I don't know if that would happen. We don't know how many people in this neighborhood have electric vehicles. I'm being cautiously optimistic that more could be done, but that we need to maybe be careful about that.
Okay, so these people have electric cars and they're charged. They pay money, right, to get their vehicles charged. So they're paying customers, and if there were a requirement that they be fast charging as a condition, then they get charged in 15 minutes, right? So they're not leaving the
Cars
car.
out there that will take 45 minutes or an hour.
Yeah, it's not a full charge, but
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
get you 50 miles you can get home from downtown and have plenty left.
Okay, yeah, I guess, I can understand the
But you have
hazard
lunch
of
if you wanted to fully charge.
having neighbors parking their cars all night there to charge and stuff like that, which is also,
Well, they charge, most of them charge, except for something like a Whole Foods, which is a convenient thing.
okay.
I just want to make sure one thing, I'm not committing to 15 minutes. I'm just
No,
trying to
yes,
get,
right, exactly.
want to get the most efficient one, not 15 minutes. Sometimes it's
Yeah,
impossible.
there's a balance there because you're trying to sell ice cream and whatever else you're selling in the convenience store. So I mean, I think that, but then those are business decisions. I don't know if they're planning commission decisions, but I would think the balance, the right mix, given the amount that Southern California Edison is going to subsidize you on this too, works into that, right?
Yeah.
Do they care if a charging station is dedicated or if it's flexible, that is?
Not flexible. They did not ask only charging station. They said, as long as you have it on the.
As long as it's capable of charging, they don't care whether it's only electric vehicles or not.
But the one thing I want to do, I want to put an efficient charging station so nobody is going to be pissed off sitting there for an hour and getting 3-4 miles. That's not going to work.
Well, it's probably not good for your business if somebody has to park their car in for 6 hours and take up a space, right? Because then you don't have parking for your ice cream customers, right?
Exactly.
I don't know where to strike the balance on this whole thing. And 4 is the number in your head, right?
Yes, because they asked for the 2 spaces. 2 more seems reasonable. And if the Haagen-Dazs ice cream shop is really fantastic. You're just going to have other people coming and going constantly in the other spots.
If
So-
Haagen-Dazs is going to be fantastic.
She's already going to be parked there like tonight, waiting for it.
Charging.
So, and the other thing, I'll get to you, Commissioner.
If I may, Chair, I wanted to address that same question. So it seems like there might be two options. I think Commissioner Boswell is alluding to, maybe there's adding 2 additional designated EV charging stations, spots that would be in that landscaped area, so long as there's adequate drive aisle. And then allowing up to 2 of the required spaces to have EV charging, but that those spaces would not be exclusive to EV.
Right, and do we
So
really?
there you could have 6,
Yeah, and do we really care that the ones that are over by the landscaping, whether the chargers are there or chargers are taking 2 other spaces?
Well, what I'm saying is if you had 2 over by the landscaping, the 2 that they've designated already, and then you had 2 that weren't necessarily exclusive to EV, now you have 6 spaces. And I think that's, because you're not taking away from the Haagen-Dazs spaces, as significantly. Instead, you're adding 2 additional spaces that would be designated to EV, and then only having 2 of the spaces that would be, for general purpose, that would have the EV charging.
Okay, but you got to 6. So we've got the 2 dedicated ones, so right now we're talking, we've got 2 over by the landscaping. And do we have 2 more in?
Yes, so what we were
Okay.
saying is if you had 1 more station that served 2 of those spaces, but not having those be exclusive
Right,
EV charging.
Right. And so, just,
If I can add, we can add parking space right in front of the convenience store. We have enough space, we measured it, but Jay said it's not necessary because we are covering enough parking space. We can have 3-4 parking space right in front of the convenience stores. If you look at office additions, right where the arrow is, not the arrow that starts, we can have it like diagonal, 3-4 parking space, we can add it. I measured it. We looked at it, but he said it's not necessary because we are covering the ground for enough parking. So we didn't add those in drawing.
Can I potentially add something here?
sure.
I work on EVs, and I have EV charging next door. And I just wanted to add, they don't have to all be high-speed chargers. Superchargers.
Can you speak into the microphone? I'd like to approach.
Mike Grady, Independent Repair and Tire Pros next door.
Thank you.
So when it comes to chargers, you could do a couple superchargers or 3 superchargers, and you could do 2 or 3 level 2 chargers. Level 2 chargers, like I have an EV, I have a full electric. I put mine on when I get to work, and I'm charged to about 70% in an hour and 15 minutes. So they're very inexpensive, small box, no noise. I have them now. And this is something where you could put the 4 spaces being superchargers and put another 4 spaces that are level 2 chargers. And the consumer that buys, if they're buying power on the supercharger, they're paying a higher rate than they would be on the level 2 chargers.
Right.
So I just wanted to throw that out to you that there's different options.
They're paying more per kilowatt when they're?
Yeah, generally speaking, the superchargers, when you use those, they're quite expensive as compared to a level 2 type charger.
Okay.
And he could even put in a level 2 or 2 that maybe are even a courtesy.
I don't understand that if he puts in a certain number, he doesn't even have to pay for the superchargers.
But you guys were, I'm sorry, what I was understanding from Stacy is we were trying to keep it down to 4, okay, or
But
maybe
he just threw in
6.
some more parking
Hard for him to
spaces.
get to the 8. But what I'm saying is by mixing the types of chargers, then you might have another potential way to do it. And also too, not all consumers will pay for a supercharger, especially if they really don't need that much power. But they will pay for a level 2 if they're borderline.
Yeah, and I'll bet he'll come
A
up
level
with,
1 charger, just so you know, that's the 110s you have at home. Plug in a car, it's gonna take 13, 14 hours to charge. Level 2, 4 hours from empty to full charge, somewhere around there. Supercharger, you're in and out within an hour. Hope that was helpful.
Thank
It
you.
is, thank you.
It was.
Did we get his name?
Yeah, he did. So let's see, who is Commissioner Lamb?
I would just like to ask Mr. Shahimi what your thoughts are at this time in regards to, initially, there was a limitation of 2 charging stations. Now it almost appears as it's unlimited. But I don't think it's the purview of the Planning Commission to decide how many EV stations you should have. Having heard this conversation, what are you seeing moving forward?
If I can add 3 more parking, and if I have 8 parking, EV parking, so I don't have to pay for it, that would be my goal. Basically, it doesn't cost me anything, and I want to make sure it's efficient. Charging stations, that would be my preferences at this point.
Is there some mix that can make that happen?
The only thing is, adding spaces without having evaluated it, having really making sure that the circulation works for that. I wouldn't want to just, just put that forward. I think to Commissioner Lamb, if they're designated EV charging stations, I think now we're talking about fueling, right? So it's, it's like, I think you want to make sure that you're having the spaces available. So yes, you're right, they could have unlimited, but I think that you'd want to limit those that are exclusively for EV use, just so that you, so it's clear that those other spaces are available for those, for the convenience store, for the ice cream. I want to just make sure that we're really considering, because there are 11 parking spaces required for those uses.
So I'm not quite clear on what you've just said. He needs 11, he needs 11 for the convenience store. And
for the convenience store and snack shop.
And of those 11, right, he could have a flexible model where he puts in the EV but they wouldn't be exclusive. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, so he could potentially put in 8. But one of the things that you said at the beginning of your last statement was you're not comfortable with approving that because you don't know the exact.
No, that was going to the other point that the applicant made about just adding, he has space to add more parking spaces. We haven't evaluated those to really, we don't know where those are how those are going to be lined up, making sure that the circulation works, making sure that the backup aisle works for those spaces. So I wouldn't want to just say, oh yeah, well, we're going to approve 3 just right next to the convenience store and not have any idea what those are going to look like site plan wise.
So we're really just talking about the current 11 plus the 2 at the corner.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Well, it's you've got the current 11 plus the 2 that are proposed, and then the 2 at the corner. And the reason why we can say that would work is because we've evaluated that as a planning commission as the hydrogen fueling station that would, and I have language for how that condition could be read.
Okay.
And could somehow this be written to accommodate, subject to the study of the circulation, et cetera, that more spaces could be added, and that, right now, staff is saying, okay, we've got 11 spaces, 2 will be dedicated EVs. If you were to add 6 more somehow after studying the circulation, the space and stuff like that, that he would have the option to make those EV and the option to even make them dedicated EV, because net from the plan being presented here by staff, we still have the same number of spaces required by the snack shop and the convenience store, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if we would have, that might be such a major change that it would come back for an amendment to the CUP. I don't know if that's something that we would do at a staff level.
Right. Yeah. Oh, would you like to speak? Please do.
Typically, the resolutions do have a provision that allows for minor changes to approved plans. It sounds like there could be a number of minor changes to the parking lot layout that could be, incorporated and not negatively affect what's the baseline requirement for the convenience store and office. I think it's reasonable to expect that you could add 2 more parking spaces in the landscaped area because that was demonstrated before. But I would be cautious about doing anything above and beyond that. But that could be left to be handled administratively by the community development director. And we probably have a condition like that already in there in the resolution.
I think that we'd want to make sure that that condition specifies a little bit more language about that, maybe even just adding another condition that's similar, but specifies to the parking spaces. Because the last thing I'd want to do is, that was, if we consider that a minor change, then, what else is considered a minor change? So I think if you did want to give that flexibility, for administrative approval, you'd probably want to have a separate condition that's going to have similar language, but specify that it's just for the additional parking spaces.
Also, we have to recognize that there are setback requirements that have to be landscaped. And so we want to make sure that it doesn't run afoul of that either, because we don't want everything paved over.
We don't.
Sure.
Yes.
Question, couldn't we also, is it an option, couldn't we just continue this hearing and have them come back with their kind of like vision of maxed out EV? Like, it seems like something we're interested in, it seems like something he wanted to do, he was just nervous that it wouldn't get approved. Nothing says we have to approve it in tonight, because things have changed, right? This is what he came, didn't think there would be interest, didn't think city would approve it, seems to be interest, but we'd like to know what we're talking about.
Yeah. If you continued it to have that, it's going to take the time for them to draw that up, and then we'll have the staff time need the staff time to review that. So I wouldn't say that it's just going to get continued to the November meeting, just because I think there's enough work that would need to be completed to evaluate that. I think that you also have the flexibility, but I think you want to be very specific in that condition that it's only, if you're going to give that this is considered a minor change that community development could address.
Okay. Public?
Do we have, okay.
So for staff, how much of that landscaped corner is required to remain landscaped? Could he cut further into that and maybe put 4 charging stations there and reduce that planted area? It's not like that's going to save the planet with that bit of greenery there.
There is the existing signage that is there that's called out in the corner, and we do have a corner of visibility. Nothing over 36 inches can be in that 15-foot corner. So how it was designed for the hydrogen fueling, everything was set inward so that the pump island and all the equipment wouldn't be within that space. So it's reasonable to say that we can fit the 2 parking spaces and you'd still have a really potentially nice landscaped area adjacent to that. So it's really the corner of visibility and the signage that we need to avoid.
The visibility across the corner for turning traffic.
Correct.
Yeah. So you really can't cut much more into that than what the hydrogen charging stations were going to do.
Right.
Okay. All right. But it's clear that our applicant is forward-thinking in his interest in leveraging alternative fuel vehicles, which will only become more and more popular year after year. And whatever he puts in now might be over capacity, but I think will quickly reach capacity. And so whatever opportunity we can give him to maximize the number of charging stations would certainly be to his benefit. And of course, I think everybody in the room would love this business to be wildly successful and profitable for the owner. So whatever we can do, however this configuration needs to work, I'm interested in hearing about it. And if it requires coming back at a later date with a revised parking scheme, layout scheme, I'm fine with that. But I would leave that decision to the applicant as to whether it's important enough for them to delay the project.
If it's up to me, I would prefer to put a condition on it and study putting parkings in front of, but if we don't meet the requirement, then we will have 4. If we have this space and the requirement, then we will add 3 more parking at the front of convenience store. That's what my...
Okay.
Really, the question is, would the applicant would you be interested in a continuation of this hearing to a later date where you would present a plan that would allow you to have more EV charging stations? Given that you can sense the tone up here, not exactly against it, right?
The only thing is that I've been waiting for this project for a very long time, almost working 2 years for it.
Okay.
So it's just
that's nothing.
unfortunately, my mechanic is not in a good health. So soon we're going to be closing the mechanic shop. So I can't afford to not start the project and delay it more. That's my concerns.
Any other questions?
Just a comment. Yeah, but this is the second project that's come before us. So, because the hydrogen one was here a year ago, and I was here for that. I think it was on Zoom back then, but that took commission time, that took staff time, that took our time as well. So, and you chose not to move forward with that, which is your choice. But we have approved a project for you to do something different. I mean, just choosing to go in a different direction. So,
it's your decision if you want to have it in continuation. We have no choice.
Because I'm not sure that I can craft a condition specific enough yet broad enough. And, maybe you can, but the other thing is we do have another project tonight that wants to be heard.
I think that I had like 3 different conditions, and I think you could include all of them. One would be to allow up to 2 of the required, and actually you can change it so it's not 2, up to, you can allow of the required spaces to have EV charging serving those spaces, but those spaces not being exclusive to EV and may not be signed as EV charging only. May add 2 additional EV charging only spaces to be added utilizing the portion of the landscaped area at the corner to be approved by the Community Development Department, providing adequate driveway aisle and visibility. And then the additional condition that the additional parking spaces may be approved administratively as a minor revision by the Community Development Department, so long as they meet adequate driveway aisle and circulation requirements and required setbacks. And I don't know if there are any other, I think those would be the main things that they need to meet. Yeah.
So that last condition didn't really mention that we would that those spaces could be used for EV charging stations.
Put that in there.
Okay.
Yeah, so could we combine 2 and 3? I think that's what that would.
No, two is specifying on that, the island area. That you can approve right now, like you can be very clear just because that has been evaluated for circulation previously.
Gotcha.
Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Commissioner Lamb?
No, I have a question.
For staff. Okay, go ahead.
Just a point of clarification, and that was, there was an additional condition regarding the noise.
Yeah, there were, there was the staff proposed condition for noise, and then the staff proposed condition that the hydrogen fueling project would no longer be a valid approval.
Right. May I suggest that we close the hearing?
We haven't had public comment yet, and I don't know that we've had everyone in the room
Okay.
having a chance to. Do we have any public comment on this?
So we do have one speaker card from Michael Grady. And then I'll just ask in the meantime, if there's anyone on Zoom, go ahead and raise your hand. So, Michael, if you want to come up.
Hi, Michael Grady, Independent Repair and Tire Pros. I'm on the east side right next door. We've been neighbors for as long as he's been there. I've been there since '85. Our auto shop is going to absorb his auto shop. And I love ice cream, so I really want to see this get approved, because I'm there 5 days a week. With that being said, the noise that they have, I've heard a lot about the noise issues. Automotive repair is noisy. Air guns, impact guns going off. You got jacks, you got dynos running for smog and all that. That will be all gone. It's really not that much more for my shop. My shop is a bigger shop. If you guys are familiar with mine, we've got, already 10 bays in there. So, but we're able to absorb the work from his shop because the automotive industry is going down, as he mentioned. So that will kind of boost my business while in the same time allowing him to start a whole new business next door. As far as the EV thing goes, I think it's a great idea. EV is where everything is going for our area, not necessarily nationwide, but in our area. And these different chargers that they have there, it will allow people to come in, charge their car, whether get something, go to the ice cream store, sit down, whatever it is. And I don't see anything that I've seen in the plans. I've talked to him, I've talked to the city manager, we've been around with this. I'm all for it. I'm the only actual neighbor other than the residents behind him, and there's fences and stuff. And we work together really well. Another thing, just for your own usage, I mean, it's not gonna be in writing in anywhere, but we've been friends a long time, and our shops have been friends for a long time. There's been times where I needed to park in his parking lot. My customers did. It's night, they're dropping off their car, a tow truck didn't know where to put it. If his shop should get overwhelmed, they can come over and park in my lot. It's not a big deal. I've got a huge lot, plenty of room for parking. And we have an agreement with the hotel next door at the Best Western. If we ever get overflowed, we go to theirs. So it's all unwritten, but we work together. We're three neighbors that work together, the hotel, Independent Repair and Tire Pros, and the mobile gas station. I'm here to answer any questions you might have as far as that relationship. Also, Stacy, great job on your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
There's no one on Zoom and we have no e-comment.
Okay. I do have a question for staff. Let me see if I understand correctly. So the conditions that you're talking about, we've got the two that are dedicated. We've got two more at the island, which are electric, but not dedicated.
I think the two at the island you'd have is dedicated.
Those are dedicated. Okay, so we've got 4 dedicated so far. And then subject to this administrative study of whether additional spaces can be added, they could be added, but if they are, they can be either optional or dedicated electric.
Correct. And then the last would be to allow the required spaces, those 11 required spaces. Any number of those could have EV charging serving those spaces, but those would not be exclusive to EV and may not be signed as EV charging only.
Okay.
Wait, any of the 11?
Or all.
Or did I hear that?
Optional, any of the 11 can be optional EV charging.
Okay. I like the starting with 4 or 6, because I'm also worried, as Ms. Kinsella said, that it's going to be wildly popular and nobody's going to be buying snacks and ice cream, and everybody's.
But isn't that a business decision?
Yeah, but there's still 11 spaces required. If I want to go to the ice cream shop and it's all full of EV chargers, I can't park anywhere. Right.
That's true.
So are we leaving this up to him to decide?
Well,
It's his property.
Up to 4 dedicated and 2 optional or something as well.
Well, 8 is the magic number for him to get it all done for free by.
Is it 8 spots or 8 chargers?
8 chargers.
8 chargers, that's 16 spots.
No.
Oh.
8 spots. 8 spots.
It's so, okay. But right now you have a design 1 charger for 2 spots, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 8 spots, 4
8
chargers.
spots, 4 chargers.
Okay. So why don't we just do 4 dedicated and
You could say, 4 of the 11 required spaces may have EV charging at those spaces, but those would not be exclusive to EV and not signed as EV charging only.
yeah.
So that would give him the 8, right?
Yeah.
That he needs for SCE to pay for it, but still, and we don't really know how many they're gonna find right now.
And that keeps them from having to come back.
Yeah.
We don't want him to come.
Any other questions, Commissioner Boswell?
Just a point of clarification. So if you have 8, the ability for 8 cars to be charged, however many stations that is, I'm now completely confused. 4, I guess. So if you have 8 spaces that allow for charging, is it that SoCal Edison will pay for that for you, or they will provide the financing, which you then pay down?
They will pay for.
They would just put them in for free for you.
Exactly.
That sounds huge. That sounds like something you want.
Exactly. That's
So we should craft this to
what I've been
allow
working
him to
on
do
here,
that. But I keep hearing 6.
No, we
gotta be
just,
8.
went, so you have the 2 that he's already proposed, and those will be EV designated. The 2 by the island, those would be EV designated. Then there'd be up to 4 of the 11 required spaces could be served with EV charging. They just wouldn't have a signage that says EV charging.
So as long as there's 8 available, it doesn't matter if they're exclusively for EV charging or not.
Right.
I don't think that Edison is going to.
no.
Edison
they're
just
not.
wants them in because they know sooner or later they are all going to be used. Okay, then that's the clarification I was looking for. Thank you.
Any other questions for staff or the applicant? All right, we've done public comment. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close the public hearing?
Do I have a second? All right,
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those against say no. No. All right, it passes unanimously. Close public hearing, and now we're going to deliberate and make a decision.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What are we delivering?
I'll start speaking. I'm excited about it. I think it's great. And I like the language that, that staff has come up with on this. Any comments? Questions?
I have one question. On the office space that's being added he intends it to be office space, but nothing in the future stops that from, or let me rephrase that. Is there anything that stops that in the future from not being office? Like, because this CUP is good for forever. So could somebody later come in and redo the inside and make it something different?
They'd have to, sorry.
It's okay.
The land use is specific to the site and the CUP. So if somebody in the future says, I would like to convert this to something else, we might have to bring it back to you for review. We have to see what that use would be.
Okay, because my concern is just that like we're allowing the encroachment because it's kind of a low impact, just office space. Not so concerned, but I'm just worried that later that's not the case. Like, so I was thinking of
That's a
some,
valid concern.
yeah, so I was just thinking of some, could we condition that it could only be office space or
Or
that
storage.
it can't
or
be
something.
leased out? Because it's his office, as I understood from the testimony, it's his space, but what if he leased that out to some business or someone else starts operating there? Like,
The jackhammer testing.
Or how about if he opened it up to more convenience store stuff? So maybe we would can we say just office space or storage or something like that, but not actually part of the retail?
Yes, you can craft a condition that states that the 194 square foot addition remain only for office use.
Okay.
Okay, so considering, I don't know, is it my turn to talk? Okay,
Are you
good
done?
enough?
Okay.
Done?
Commissioner Boswell?
So considering that we're allowing this variance that's supposed to be 20 feet to go down to 15 something, I think there should be a condition on it. Because what if someday Circle K buys it and wants to put a cannabis shop there? They'd probably want it where the charging stations are on the corner though, for a drive-through. But still, that's the kind of thing that, that this could go to 10 years down the road when Circle K decides California's a great place for what worked really well in Florida. So, yeah, I'd like to see a condition that it remain office space, or they have to come back here and get approval to make it something else.
An incredibly novel idea.
Okay, yeah, that satisfies my concern. And just to clarify, is this a variance for the setback? I thought it was a modification.
Technically, neither. It's Planning Commission design review.
Okay.
My microphone went out again. I apologize. So the code provides that flexibility to this governing body that it's not technically a variance or a modification. It's a request for a reduced setback, which under certain circumstances you're allowed to grant.
Okay. Yeah, because a variance would require something particular about the lot or something very specific.
Correct.
Why
We'd
you
have
need
to
it.
look at unique circumstances.
Okay. Yeah, and then the other thing I heard was just the hours are of interest to me. And also, I think in the staff report, we saw some things that we didn't see otherwise. Can we receive and file that after closing the public hearing?
Is it the acoustical analysis? Is that what you mean?
No, not the, but just the presentation.
Oh,
the slide
yes,
that-
please.
Okay, and it's okay after the public hearing?
Yes,
Okay, it's just part of the record of,
correct.
this is what we, okay, then I'll make a motion to receive and file staff's presentation on item J1.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
All those opposed? Unanimous.
So-
Any other thoughts to be shared on this?
Outstanding presentation.
Thank you.
So how should we craft this? Is it the language?
So you could, this would be a suggestion.
Of course.
You could move to approve the project per the resolution with the added conditions. The added condition regarding noise recommended by staff. The added condition regarding the invalidating the hydrogen fueling station approval as recommended by staff. The dedicated EV charging stations shall be fast charging stations. Allow up to 4 of the 11 required parking spaces to have EV charging, serving those spaces, but those spaces are not exclusive to EV and may not be signed as EV charging only. The applicant may add 2 additional EV charging only spaces to be added, utilizing a portion of the landscape area at the corner to be approved by the Community Development Department, providing adequate driveway aisle and visibility. An additional condition that added parking spaces may be approved administratively as minor revision by the Community Development Department so long as it meets adequate driveway aisle and circulation and the required setbacks, and these spaces may be designated as EV charging only. And the 194 square foot office space must be used only as office, and any other use would require Planning Commission approval.
Okay, the additional parking spaces, you said designated EV charging only. How would that, why would that be advantageous opposed to they must be EV charging, but they could be optional, that non-EV cars can park there too?
You could have that. You could certainly have that as, I think that the intent was that they would have, you wouldn't necessarily have to have an EV charging only, but that it would have EV charging station.
Right.
So may add 2 additional EV charging spaces to be added utilizing a portion of the landscape area at the corner to be approved by the Community Development Department, providing adequate driveway aisle and visibility. These do not need to be exclusive EV charging spaces.
And the new spaces, if if planning director approves new spaces put in, and those could be EV charging stations that are optional EV charging spaces.
Yeah, just that condition was just these spaces may be designated as EV charging. It didn't say that there was
Okay.
EV charging only.
Okay, I misheard it. Okay,
Chair,
yes.
I would like to make that motion.
And I would like to second.
Second, shall we, any other comments before we take a vote on this?
Sorry, quick question.
Yeah.
Can I get the island language read back one more time?
Yeah.
It's kind of hard because normally we get to look at it
Oh,
or
yeah,
read
yeah.
it.
Right, I know, I didn't
verbally.
type it this time.
Yeah, I know.
May add 2 additional EV charging spaces to be added utilizing a portion of the landscape area at the corner to be approved by the Community Development Department, providing adequate driveway aisle and visibility. These do not need to be EV charging only.
Okay. Can I'd like to add the language, because the fast charging part of EV charging was not in that condition. So
Right, because we took out that it was EV designated.
But just
Yeah.
but it can't be a level 2 charger.
So may add 2 additional fast charging EV stations.
So the 4 are fast charging, the 2 on the island are fast charging, and the 3, if they could be added, don't have to be fast charging, is how I heard those
How
three
about if I read
conditions.
it with the additional?
Okay,
May add 2 additional EV fast charging spaces to be added utilizing a portion of the landscape area at the corner to be approved by the Community Development Department, providing adequate driveway aisle and visibility. These do not need to be EV charging only.
We have a public comment.
We'd
Oh,
have
do
to
we have
open that
We'd have to
hearing.
reopen it.
No, let's,
we'd have to reopen
To me,
the
this
public
is
hearing.
to me, this
It's
is
a-
sufficient. Again, I would like to move to, what am I stating? Yes.
Adopt the resolution by title only.
Adopt the resolution by title only
With
With the
the recommended
with
revisions.
the recommended conditions.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. May we have a roll call vote?
Roll call vote, Barrett,
Aye.
Boswell,
Aye.
Godek,
Yes.
Hazeltine,
Yes?
Hensley,
Yes.
Lamb,
Yes.
and Chair Gaddis.
Yes.
Okay.
It's unanimous. You're approved.
Congratulations.
Now I got to buy an electric car.
All right, we're moving on to, thank you.
You can stay and watch the next one.
Entertainment.
You don't have to leave.
They had to watch yours.
You have to watch yours.
Is there anything we need to do to wrap up that last one before you open the new? Nope, okay,
Wrap. That's a wrap.
all right. So I'd like a motion to open the J2 public hearing.
Motion to open the J2 public hearing?
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Okay, J2 public hearing is open. This is a public hearing for consideration of exemption declaration variance for a reduced side yard, rear yard, and garage door setbacks for the construction of a new single-family residence attached to an existing two-car garage on a property located within a low-density, single-family residential R1 zone at 903 Pruitt Drive. Do we have anyone who wants to address this hearing tonight who's here in the audience? I'm going to swear you in. Not quite yet, so, because we're going to take but I'm going to swear you in, and then we're going to hear the staff report. So do each of you swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Great, thank you. May we hear the staff report?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Gaddis. Again, tonight we're The item before you is consideration of this project that involves 3 different variances. One to the side setback, one to the rear, and the garage door setback from the street variance. So the property is zoned as R1, and it's located at the interior elbow intersection of Pruitt Drive and 185th Street. It's approximately 7,900 square feet in size, and it is a through lot. It has 5 sides, which makes it unusual. These are some pictures of the front of the property as well as the back of the property, and a little bit of a close-up towards one of the areas where there's going to be a setback the setback variance requested at the top left corner, or top right corner, sorry. There's I'm going to go back real quick. There's several properties that have curb cuts along the Lilienthal Lane side, and likely they were for RV access along this block. There's 3 curb cuts. The properties on the 700 and 800 block, there's about a dozen or so that have curb cuts as well, but those look more like regular garage access or wider curb cuts. Again, we're looking at the site and trying to figure out what the lot lines are. The front and side lot lines were pretty easy to determine. Those are called out in this diagram. Then we get to the rear lot line and the sides and the exterior. The rear lot line is defined as a lot line not abutting a street, which is opposite and most distant from the front lot line. So that would be the south property line. And that's labeled here. The lot lines, the side lot lines, are any other lot line, not a front lot line or a rear lot line. And so that leaves us with this exterior lot line along Lilienthal Lane. And that's how we arrive at the required setbacks. And this outline shows you the allowable building footprint. So the first variance that we're looking at is the side setback, which is along the northwest property line. And this is required to be 5 feet minimum. Right now it's conforming because the detached garage has different setback requirements as outlined in the staff report. But once you attach the detached structure with the house, then it has to comply with the required 5-foot setback. And so this is the reason why we have this kind of a pinch point, because otherwise the detached structures are allowed to actually go to the property line. The rear setback is determined by getting the length of the 2 side property lines and then multiplying that by 20%. And that's what your average setback is. And right there, when we take the 2 side lot lines and multiply it to 20%, we get the 18.5 foot average setback that's required. And the block in red shows where there would be an encroachment into that required setback. The applicant is seeking to provide a 13-foot 5-inch setback. The third setback, or the third item that is being requested for variance, is the garage door opening. The code states that no garage door opening facing the street shall be closer than 19 feet to the property line that abuts the street. Typically, this is to assure that the average sized car parked on the driveway would not overhang into the sidewalk and impede traffic or impede pedestrians. So that's kind of where that requirement comes from. And that is kind of demonstrated by this yellow line and the arrow that is on the diagram here. In this case, because they're keeping the garage in the same location, the garage door would have to be positioned about midway into the building in order to comply with that requirement. And that would push the parking spaces further, or the garage further away from the property line on Lilienthal Lane. The corner of the garage is at very close to 6 feet. It's 5 feet 11 inches. So it complies with the side yard setback requirement, the 2 side yard setback requirements. But again, in this case, the garage door is required to be placed further back, and it can't meet that requirement with positioning the garage door there. Let's see. So this is a overlay with the proposed outline of the house. It's kind of horseshoe shaped, and this kind of shows where the encroachments into the setbacks are, with the red line for the garage, the red rectangle for the north property line, and then the larger red rectangle on the south property line. The applicant is looking to build a new house about 4,005 square feet in size. The FAR is about 51% based on a lot size of 7,905 square feet. There were a number of discussions with the designer about how to place the new buildings on the site, and they decided to move forward with this proposal. One item would have been to place the garage, to kind of scrape everything, place the garage further back so that you could get adequate space to have a driveway with a car parked in front of it, and then you have your 2-car garage. You can still have the ADU essentially in the same place. It would just be compliant with the setback requirements. Typically for new construction, because there's plenty of space, staff always encourages the applicants to comply with the required setbacks. But it is their prerogative to bring an application forward and have it heard by the Planning Commission. Again, the garage would remain in the same location. That's the line, the red line there shows how close it would be to the north property line. The new construction would be set back at 5 feet, and that's compliant with code. This is the elevation diagrams, the colored elevations that were provided by the designer. And this is kind of a rendering, perspective rendering of that back, a view from the back from the Lilienthal Lane of the property and how that would look. So staff's recommendation is that the public hearing be open, that the commission deliberate and make a decision on this project, and adopt an exemption declaration along with that decision, whichever way it goes. The applicant did contact the neighboring property owners to try and obtain an approval or so that they could indicate that they wouldn't be objecting to the application. They did obtain several of the signatures that were included in the application, the package. And in the blue folder item that you received today, there was another indication from the neighbor that they understood what the applicant was requesting, but it's kind of vague on what it actually means, because it just says got it. Again, the applicant and designer are here to answer questions, as well as staff, and that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Would somebody like to speak on behalf of the applicant?
Good evening, Commissioners. Christian Golfin here with CG Building Design, here to ask or answer any questions that you may have about the project. As you can see, thank you so much for the presentation, Antonio. It was fairly challenging, and we had an extensive amount of collaboration with the staff and my client to come up with something that they were really happy with. To not build something or design something that was over massive, which we could have done, but we were able to come up with something that they're really happy with and create a lot of open space that you can see it kind of like a, Santa Barbara or Palm Springs style house, single story mostly. The ADU being the only second story element that we have. But yeah, here to answer any questions you may have.
Yes.
Um, Can we turn up the volume on his speaker?
Let me try.
Maybe I just need to get closer. Speak louder.
Or you know what? We can actually lift.
And could you repeat your name when you have a moment, sir? Your name?
Raise this a little bit. So you don't have to lean down so much.
Fancy.
Right?
How much
Yeah.
do we taxpayers pay for this?
Is that help a little better? I think I can.
Thank you, Lena. Christian Golfin.
Say again?
Christian Golfin.
Golf?
Golfin.
Golf fit.
Like the sport, but without the last G. Golfin.
Golf in.
I'm going to start out. I have some questions. The north elevation, can you pull that up? The north elevation doesn't appear to be the same house as in the plans.
It's the angle that's throwing you off.
Well, what is this structure to the far right sticking out at the end? Is that in the plans?
Well, I have to admit that specific elevation does not, and you're right, it's reflect because we made some changes to the plan and that specific elevation on that portion that you see is not reflected on the plan.
Also, this area where the garage is within a foot, 1.75 feet of the wall next to the property line, that is. So that part sticks out and then indents in the plans.
Right.
By how many feet? Right?
Almost 3.
Yeah, 3 feet. That's not reflected in the elevation either.
No, this artist, and I apologize, the artist rendering is more of a conceptualizing what's going on, but overall grand scope, you can kind of get the idea of, the elements, the finishes, the height, the mass. But those two things that you brought up, and yes,
Okay.
good eye.
I should turn on my own timer here, but so did we ever get a letter from the Ralston address, which is on the other side of the rear wall? Did we ever get? Is that the person who?
That's the text message that was provided tonight.
The one that says, "I understand." Oh, okay, right. Yeah, I haven't read that yet. Okay.
Can I come up and address that?
Okay.
So,
Can you identify yourself?
yes, I'm still Sandra, the owner of the property.
Okay.
So, I attempted, okay, there we go.
Put that one down.
I attempted to knock on their door and meet with them, but they are very private people, and he would only speak to me over our shared wall. So kind of like Mr. Wilson style. And I shared with him, we eventually want to build. We've been there for 2 years. Our house is only 759 square feet. My husband and I don't even sleep in our house. We sleep in the ADU in the back because our bed doesn't fit in there. And so we've been there for 2 years. We never met him, but we've met all the other neighbors, and they've been fantastic. I shared with him that our plans are to build, and we have to go through this process of the variance, and it's suggested we get the signatures. And obviously, one of his signatures was going to be important because of, going under the 10 feet. And so I said, is there a time I can come over and speak with you and show you the plan and explain things? And he said, yeah, we don't normally answer our door, so maybe, if you come over in the next day or so, we'll open it. We weren't able to connect, and I did get his phone number again over the wall. I handed him the plans over the wall. I said, if you have any questions, let me know. And he said, okay, I'll review and take a look. So we started text message dialogue, and there's more to the text messaging than just that, but basically touching base, hey, have you had any questions or a chance to review? And he says, I have. He was talking about the windows on the south side, which would be our master bedroom and our master bathroom. And I indicated to him, those are going to be privacy windows, so they wouldn't be looking into your property. It's going to stay single level on that side. And the elevation of our property sits lower than his. So they actually look into our property, and they have a 2-story over what appears to be a garage that is no longer a garage that looks down into us. So he acknowledged that, all the privacy is gone for us, but he wants to keep his, which we agree, we want it private as well. And so I asked, will you sign? He said, I'm just not comfortable signing. From the text message, I thought a thumbs up was better than a thumbs down. And so that was the best I got from him. He declined to sign because I think he felt it was more a legal obligation he was doing and didn't quite understand the variance process. But he did verbally say, he's like, I'm not going to show up at the hearing. I'm not going to send in a written request. And so to my knowledge,
Did you ask him if he has any warrants out on it?
I didn't go that far. So that was the best I could do as far as, getting some dialogue going with him. The other neighbors on Ralston, they did sign. I did chat with them. They were on board with it. I showed them the plan. They thought it was great. They're like, so that ADU that's back there right now is basically just going to be a real house. And I go, yes. Instead of what was built 25 years ago by some 20-year-olds, that'll be gone and it'll be a real house. And to Christian's point, the conceptual renderings were just trying to give an idea of, how it would fit into the neighborhood. We did make a few changes since then, as far as the artist who did these. As you can see in the bottom one here, that addition is not there by the pool. So it would just be.
That's the latest one, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the latest. So the elevations weren't able to get updated in time.
Okay. Just have one more question. That is the ADU only, how does one access the ADU?
If you look on the floor plan,
Yeah.
you will see that there's a side entrance.
Also, that elevation, if you go back to that north elevation, Antonio, it shows a door.
Yeah.
So that north elevation, that door down there, that leads into the stairwell to access the ADU up above.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Lamb, did you have a question?
No, I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
in agreement.
Okay. All right. Who else has questions? All right, Commissioner Hensley.
Hi, good evening. I had a question on the garage. It seems like, is anything staying from the existing buildings, the existing house, the existing ADU? Is any of that structure remaining?
The garage, mainly.
The garage is the only structure?
100% of the garage is staying.
Did you want to answer that?
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, it's okay.
Overcrowd up here. We don't have any
Can you
engineering.
identify yourself, please?
I'm Mike Esparza. She's my wife. I'm
Okay.
a property owner with her. So we don't have any engineering elements or have been put together as far as structurally. So we don't 100% know what can be retained from the existing home. And well, the ADU that's on there is non-permitted, so that's got to go entirely. But as far as the existing structure that's on the property, we anticipated most likely having to be removed. The plumbing's kind of shoddy. The house was built many years ago, I think 53,
1951.
51. So we run into issues with like our washing machine kind of backing up into like the bathtub and, just things. So we kind of got to address those items. If there's anything salvageable that could potentially stay, we would keep that. But for the most part, we feel that, starting fresh and starting new with this kind of financial commitment most likely is in our best interest. But if something can be salvaged, we would salvage it to some extent. So, but for the most part, we don't see it actually happening. It's a house built on slab. Most likely there's going to be a pretty aggressive amount of demolition that's going to incur. So
Find a safe underneath the house, we'll definitely keep that.
Okay. The money, that's all yours. Gold bars. Okay, so if the plan is to scrape the current house and the ADU, the purpose for keeping the garage is design element, or what's the purpose of keeping the garage?
It's fortunate that they have property that's in this, that it has two different potential driveways. So in practicality, it was the best way to design it, because if we were to put a brand new curb cut 18-foot wide with a 2-car garage in the front, it would just desecrate the aesthetics of the house, the way that the lot sits. If it was 50 feet wide in the front, rectangular lot, then I think it would make sense. And if you didn't have the rear approach already there. So it seemed like it was the most practical way of doing it to create the best design possible.
We currently share a driveway approach with our neighbor because we're on a radius inside corner. So being able to open that up takes away the full public feature, our tree, what makes adds beautification to the surround on the public right of way. That would all be gone. It would really it would occupy the majority of the radius of that corner. So we'd like to keep that. It does create curb appeal, and our neighbors would probably appreciate that as much. And like I said, we share a common approach that actually fillets open into two different homes. So we didn't really have that option to really kind of take the whole section away. I'm not even sure that you guys would even allow that.
And also to add to that, because I know Antonio pointed out that we could scrape the garage and we could do potentially the entrance on Lilienthal, but we have to move it back 18 feet or 19 feet and then 5 feet, off the north side. So one of our big goals as part of this, for our home is to preserve the exterior outdoor space. Granted, the 750 square foot home has its challenges, but we love our outdoor space. And so we're trying to find a happy medium between, building a home that in the future, if we ever have to go to resell it, it has the value there from a square footage standpoint, because as you know, most of the new construction going up is 3,500 plus square feet. So the main house here is roughly 2,900 with the ADU being 635. We really want to have that outdoor space. So if we can keep the garage in its existing spot and modify, lop off that extra part, it'll preserve more outdoor space for us as well.
Okay. That's it. That's all my questions for now. Thank you.
Who else has some questions for the applicant?
I got one.
All
Just
right.
point of
Commissioner
clarification,
Boswell.
I'm, in listening to this, I'm getting the impression you want to keep the driveway in the front going back. Are you going to be able to park in your garage from the front? It's going to be just from Lilienthal, I thought.
By default, the driveway in the front is going to stay to create a parking spot for the ADU.
Oh, that'll be an outdoor parking space for the ADU.
Yes.
Not be able to drive through.
No,
But it's not going to go all the way through the garage which it does now.
It does. It does.
So the entrance to the garage is going to be off Lilienthal.
Correct.
Okay, and the problem with that is that it's too close to that backside, right? Code-wise.
It's currently, yes. Well,
So you're asking to have a variance to move this, to allow this garage to stay where it is and not be able to accommodate a car parked outside the garage.
Well, a portion of the
You have
garage.
the 19 feet, right?
Do we have an overview of what what the current garage looks like? Because right now, so this existing garage here, we would lop off that portion that is closer to the street. So we'd have one door going straight across. And so the most northern point.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah, that most northern point was just about 6 feet. The southern point of the garage would then be at 18 feet, which is one foot off.
Right.
Okay, so this odd shape that we see here is the existing garage.
Correct, yeah.
And you're going to just cut straight across to eliminate that back section.
Correct.
Yeah,
And that's
that,
going to
that
create
portion.
an almost legal southern distance on the southern side of it. What's the northern side going to be?
5'11".
So no car's going to go there. So does a car still fit in 18 feet? It's got to be 19 feet.
Well, that's why I said the average car length would fit within a 19-foot long driveway. There's, of course, cars that are shorter, but there's also cars that are longer.
Right.
The EV car.
So, but without a doubt, car is not going to fit on a driveway that's only 6 feet deep.
Correct.
Maybe not even a smart car.
So the intention is to always park in your garage and not park outside.
Correct.
And if you decided to park outside anyway, you'd have to get a shorter car. You'd have to have a car that was short enough to fit.
Sure.
You can't just leave your gate on Lilienthal open and have it sticking out over the sidewalk, right?
Correct.
Is it even legal for a car that's parked to be encroaching on the sidewalk?
No.
It's not? You noticed your neighborhood? Have you tried to walk the sidewalk on that horseshoe street?
Yeah,
Tell
very
them where you
There's
live,
an
Doug.
opportunity for the city to make some money here. So that particular street and that particular elbow area is constantly in violation of cars and trucks blocking the entire sidewalk. What makes us think that it'll be any different on the backside?
I'm not familiar with any cars blocking. We have plenty of parking space in our neighborhood.
And yet, there they are.
I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
you know,
Matter of fact, if you've only lived there 2 years, the prior owners of that house always had a truck that blocked the sidewalk. And usually another vehicle next to it that was also blocking the sidewalk.
And
So did your neighbors that you're sharing that parking driveway with.
Yeah.
So it was, and I was wondered about that, but, I figured what the heck. But now that we're talking about, we're going to, we're being asked to make a variance on something that has a very specific reason for existing. It gets a little more serious. What's the downside for you, other than losing a little interior space of just moving the garage back a little bit and being in compliance?
I think it's a lot of it.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It puts the garage almost directly back into the property completely.
So it would, how far back does it need to be? Another,
5 more
how
feet.
much further back? 10 feet or so?
Well, it's only,
15.
It would,
yeah, it's way more than
15
that.
feet, so you'd lose about 15 feet of interior space.
Do you have the overview of our plan? Because I think that would show,
That's what I was looking at before.
yeah.
I mean, it is a single-story house, mostly. My client, she has a lot of decorations for Christmas that she likes to put somewhere in.
can you go to the other?
Michael is a
Plan.
contractor. So that area
This
that
one.
we're talking about chopping off would actually be a very useful space for them. It's the mudroom / workshop, tools. That's where he would keep all his stuff for his business, and all the storage would go there.
Well, the access to the ADU.
And the access to the ADU.
Yeah, so that whole part, basically,
South of that green line.
where the west garage wall is to the corner point of where the house starts to turn, that would all be eliminated. And then in addition to that, if we have to move the entire garage, then we have to move it 5 feet in as well. And so that comes into the yard. So now a driveway that we have, and if we have no intention of hanging over the driveway, and I understand your concern that it's has been an issue in the neighborhood, but we have been there for 2 years. And I've never, nor has Mike, had a record of getting a ticket for hanging in.
I don't think anyone gets tickets for that. You could blow through stop signs and not get tickets.
Right.
So my observation is that you've got a home design that belongs on a larger lot. And because you don't have a larger lot, you need a smaller home design. I mean, we have codes for a reason. And I think that, and I'm not seeing anything other than, well, it would be nice for us to have more space. Well, everybody would like to have more space, and nobody would want to give up any space, interior space that they didn't have to, or outside living space that they didn't have to. But the fact is, you've got a home design here that needs to be on a larger lot, but you don't have a larger lot. So what are you going to do? You got to make a smaller design.
Did you want to go next?
Well, we're only at 51% FAR.
Excuse me?
51% FAR. We still have somewhat to go before we get to our max. The majority of the house is.
Is there a way you could redesign it to fit all this in? And be in compliance with these?
Well, we could certainly then end up with a huge, massive two-story house, which again is not the overall.
Which again says you're putting too much house on too small a lot. I mean, it's a huge lot. It seems like you should be able to do better with this. It's a huge lot.
Commissioner Boswell, can we move on to some other?
If you think I've sufficiently beat this to death, then yes, please.
I will just continue on.
Commissioner Hazelton will proceed to beat up the applicant.
I will continue where he left off. 7,900 square feet is really a big lot for Redondo Beach.
Right.
And you do have a 51% FAR, but all that you have there is concrete. So if it's not house, it's concrete. And is there so if you move your garage to be compliant and in the correct setbacks, you can still come in from that street and have the garage door on that side. It's just going to be pushed back so that you're within the variance, right? And then that just moves, your ADU can still go on top of the garage. That's what you're asking for?
It would eliminate the workshop mudroom / which is their place for crafts and Christmas stuff and storage.
Mudroom too.
We wrap gifts and get sweet then. I mean, it's again, we were trying to eliminate from having a massive boxy home. And a lot like this is the perfect place or a perfect lot to do it in, because then you don't have this huge, massive home. The FAR would definitely allow us to have, this could be designed in a way where it would not be as pleasing as it is now.
But then you would be within the variance setbacks and still being able to use the other driveway. I mean, I'm just not crazy about everything that's on here is concrete.
When you say concrete,
you have if I saw the proper, other than the front
reflected.
area, you've got your whole courtyard, which is concrete. You've got the.
That is not going to be concrete.
It says concrete in the plan.
Listed as patio yard concrete.
Yeah.
Some grass.
Where?
Yeah, it's.
Well, here it says grass.
Yeah.
Yard and
No, but now in the plans, they show a swimming pool.
Well, the pool's down here.
No.
Yeah, I have no intention of making that concrete, Commissioner Hensley came over to see the property in person, and I hope the impression that came off is that I do care about the landscaping and I do care about permeable, surfaces. And I am currently taking classes at UCLA Extension to get my horticulture certificate and landscape certificate. And so I do not plan to pour a massive concrete, middle courtyard. I want it to have a design aesthetic of, potentially some wood deck with permeable surface below. I want a garden as well in the back. The pool right now is an idea for us, which on days like today when it was 90 degrees, it'd be great to have something like that. But I do go back and forth as far as, do I want, more landscaped area and a smaller pool? The pool isn't really part of what, we're applying for this evening, but it is just an idea. The front as well, I want to have the landscaping, all the area in the front, other than the existing driveway, will be permeable, surface space. You know, I discussed the pea gravel out front in front of the kitchen window there. I'd like that with a fire pit that looks out onto the street so we can participate in the street activities like the block parties and have an open window there as well. Same on the dining side. So unfortunately, we didn't do a landscape, you know, design as part of this plan, but if that's something that at least would give peace of mind to put into some type of condition that it not be concrete back there, I am totally fine with that because that was never my intent.
Well, that would make me a little happier. I'm really, it is a big lot, and
that was why we bought it.
I'm kind of with Commissioner Boswell in that the garage could go in, be in compliance.
And then it would be probably concrete, like a driveway or something like that, which, you know.
Well, driveways don't have to be concrete, but regardless.
Got on the plans.
And you have actually shown a broken driveway here.
Yeah.
Well, if I may, I think that the overall intent of us coming for a variance is because we have an irregularly shaped lot, which makes it a little bit more challenging, and it gives us a little bit more playroom to create something different. If we had a 50 by 150 lot, then 20-foot garage in the front. I mean, every house then goes back to looking exactly the same. You got this big box. Not every time do you get a chance to design something that's different, that makes, you know, it brings a different character to the neighborhood. And yes, you know, we do have a non-compliant driveway approach in the back, but that's, again, part of the characteristics of the variance and why we have to ask for a variance, because we have this oddly shaped lot and we can't really, you know, make things work to get the most out of it. You know, that's kind of just my take. And if let's say if it was a really adamant thing that the planning commission would say, no, you really have to, can we at least meet halfway? And say, can we do an average? You know, we do have 18 feet on one side, 6 feet on the other. I think it's just really extensive, like Sloan brings up. Then you have more concrete visible from the back. If you were to shift that whole garage back to have 18 feet from the closest section, or is that 18 feet parallel, Antonio? Parallel to the back, right? It's because essentially then you have two different setbacks because of the angle.
Right, so it's, this depicts the distance from the rear, from the property line off of Lilienthal Lane, the minimum that's required.
If we try to inherit one angle, then you're gonna almost be kind of funky on the other side.
Right, so that's why this is shown at an angle, same distance.
Right. And then you have this overly widened area of just concrete that's just massive.
But why would it need to be concrete?
Well, I mean, driveways typically are concrete and no other, because then it becomes really messy.
Could be a permeable driveway.
Hold on.
Permeable, concrete, permeable.
Commissioner Boswell, Commissioner Hensley is next question.
I was helping him.
Okay, I have a couple of questions for staff. This garage, is it as proposed, not today, but as proposed in the project, would it be conforming, meaning that the door width would be meeting the code and the height and the depth and everything of the garage would otherwise meet except for the setbacks?
So we would have to take a look at the construction drawings. The minimum required, like the height for the garage door is going to be 7 feet 4 inches. So there'd have to be some modifications to make sure that they have the clearance to go through. The garage door width would have to be a minimum of 16 feet. And we do have a provision in the code that allows for a 1 foot difference in the width of and the depth of the parking stalls. So with existing structures, we typically acknowledge that they're built to a standard that's not what today's standard is. Okay. And so
so they could have a 15-foot wide garage door?
It would, well, yeah, they could be a 15-foot wide garage door, 17-foot wide garage. Okay. And because it's 1 foot on either side. So we acknowledge that those exist out in the, in different properties throughout the city. Okay. And we allow for that.
Okay.
But I just wanted to make a clarification that because the garage is positioned in the back and the driveway leads from Pruitt, it's conforming today. It's not non-conforming.
Yep.
It complies with our standards.
Because it's a not
Because
unattached
it's
structure.
detached,
Yeah.
yes, it's detached. So I just wanted to reiterate that point.
Okay. And just for the other commissioners' information, there have been other projects in the neighborhood, not directly here, but a little ways away where they want to connect the house to the garage, and then it has to conform and it doesn't. And so we have had other projects where they want to connect it, but this is the first time I've seen basically new construction and wanting to connect to an existing garage. And that's why the question's about, if you're scraping the rest of the lot, why are you keeping it? So it's a little peculiar, and the variance is kind of the most strict or severe thing in the code about like not to be handed out lightly. So it really needs to be something specific about the lot that makes it infeasible or somehow disadvantages you as the applicant that others don't get. So I know others in the neighborhood have connected their houses to their garages, but I just haven't seen something so extensive. So I had one other question on the parking. The ADU requires a parking spot. Is that right?
The ADU does not require a parking spot because it is within a half mile of a bus stop. Now, with an ADU, although it doesn't require parking space, they can provide one, and we would have to allow it in any configuration.
Okay, and that's currently proposed as the front I think it's called the front setback. Yes.
Right, because typically we would require that the curb cut be removed and the sidewalk, curb, and gutter be replaced if the driveway does not lead to a garage. That's our practice in the past.
Okay. Yeah, I think keeping it matches the neighborhood because they do share it with their neighbor, and the other houses have that. It would look odd, I think, to remove it. And I think the front of the house looks good. Like, I think you guys did a good job keeping the front of the house, matching the neighborhood. So, but I share some of the same concerns with the garage. It seems like a preference rather than a limitation of the lot to do it. So, and I would have the same preference, but the variance process is for limiting things, and it is a unique shaped lot. That's no question. So, okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Boswell.
I don't know how workable this is, but the thought is, what about scraping the lot entirely, getting rid of the garage, and then when you build the garage, make the backside, which will be the way your vehicles come in and out through Inglewood, make it parallel to Lilienthal as opposed to at an angle. And might that make it easier for you to be in compliance with the 19-foot driveway? And it would also cut into your living space on the north side of that, but give you more living space on the south side as you change the orientation of the garage from that angle to making it parallel to Lilienthal.
I think bringing it in 19 feet, squaring it up to the back, kind of shoves the entire garage almost to the center of the lot. Does that not seem?
I think
because it definitely moves it towards the center of the lot, but you're awfully close to that north wall anyway.
Right. Well,
you need to come up with a 19-foot driveway in the back. So it seems like you would be giving up less space to do it that way, as opposed to just back it up at the same angle.
Now, when you say
I could
space,
be wrong,
you
but
mean interior space or exterior?
Interior, well,
Because
to back it up, just to back it straight up would reduce interior space. To shift the square to make it parallel to Lilienthal, you would give up some indoor space and some outdoor space, it looks like.
we would be left with a real funky triangle up at the top, and then this appendage coming into the courtyard and messing up the whole living yard. But now, my question is the intent or the whole purpose of us talking about, is it because we're not able to park two cars in a so said driveway? Or is it because the house is too big?
Neither.
Okay.
It's that you're out of compliance.
Okay, then that's why I guess we're asking for the variance. But the good thing is that we do get this extra parking in the front. So technically, we could still have 2 cars outside our garage park inside the property. We could have one here on the back going southerly, doesn't have to be completely, going perpendicular to the garage, but it can go parallel to the garage and park facing south, and then you have the other car in the front parking in the driveway. So you still have the intent of the 2 cars being on the property aside from the 2-car garage we're still achieving that. But it's, kind of give or take,
I think the reason why we also went forward to propose this was because if you go to the 700 and 800 block of Lilienthal, there's about a dozen houses along that street with the garage, essentially, the garage door right on the property line. And so you don't even have, you couldn't even fit a moped there that would hang into the sidewalk. So walking along those, we thought, this is consistent with what we've seen. Maybe a resolution to that is what some of those properties do have are gates that block the garage. So we wouldn't be able to park in that spot if there's, a gate running along there that blocks the garage door. So that.
Yeah, all these guys.
Yeah, all these running from basically 701 up to 811, all of, I don't want to say all because I don't know for sure.
Well, I
but
counted 11 today.
11 today have the curb cuts and
garage doors.
Yeah, I'd say at least half of them had their garage door right on the sidewalk of Lilienthal.
Oh, yeah. I'm very familiar with that street.
Yeah, so
But when were those built?
I don't know the age of all those
Have they
properties.
been non-conforming,
Well, many of those homes have been modified and weren't required to do this.
compliant, or grandfathered in, or what? Yeah.
Right.
What happens is that over time, codes change, and things that were in code that are now not are just allowed to continue to exist. What you're doing is new. So you unfortunately don't get the consideration that someone who did
What's
this
the
back then is
requirement
legal.
for the amount of cars required to park on the parking? And do they always have to be in front of the garage?
It's not entirely about the parking, though, it's about the setback.
Yeah, it's about the
Right,
setback.
well, that's what I mean. If our current location on the back door garage to Lilienthal provides 18 feet, if we take a foot back off the front of that garage and provide 19 feet, do we achieve that additional spot and the spot on the front of the house as to current?
Exterior
spots?
I see what you mean.
It's more like the bottom line setback thing, right?
As opposed to moving it all.
So the standard is that the garage door cannot be any closer than 19 feet to the property line,
From any point.
right? And that's, again, the intention there is to get a standard-sized car off of the street and not encroach into the public right-of-way.
And you probably can't park on Lilienthal anyway, right?
Well, you saw the signs. It's very confusing. There's 3 signs
Yeah,
on the pole
it
right
is.
outside our gate. It's right there. You can't read it, but
Yeah.
one says no parking,
to
one
say.
says parking between certain hours, and then, street sweepings on a certain day, so you can't park at that time. So who knows if you can park there or not? I don't know. It's
not the only place where the signs are confusing.
Yeah, so
That's one for the books.
Yeah, typically, I'd say on a regular basis, cars do not park there, lock their door and go in their house. For school drop-off and pickup, yes, cars will line up there, but the person is
They're not
sitting in their
parked.
vehicle, either with it running or ready to turn it on. So, no parking is really normal back there.
Commissioner Hensley.
Yeah, maybe just a comment on that question. The front parking spot, I think, is only there not only there, but serves the ADU in my mind, and that's why it doesn't meet, and you could give the ADU resident the back one and use the front one, but
Right.
there's another parking spot potentially generated, even if it's not required, it's
Correct.
encouraged, or, lots of ways to describe that. But let me confirm one thing. If they were not to attach the house to their garage, their garage could be where it is today, right? Like, if they chose, and I'm not saying they are, but just because they're connecting it to what's causing the problem, right? If they chose not to connect it, they could leave it where it is.
There's two things. Yeah, there's two things that are at play here. One is that, yes, they're connecting it to the house. And the second is that they're moving the garage door from the one side of the garage to the back side of the garage. And if they were, let's say, to move it to the side, then it wouldn't be an issue, because typically you then have to swing inward. And so that's, we would look at the way that the car would have to drive in and the radius turn to get into the garage. But in this case, the garage door is facing Lilienthal, and we require that distance. They're proposing to change to the backside.
Okay, well, unless, but there goes your pool.
Well, if you have to do the whole,
Yeah.
turnaround, it takes up the yard. So we have gone through many plans, and we've talked about that because that was an option. And it was, again, trying to find
Was all concrete.
some kind of balance between not having
25 feet.
this semi-round driveway going into the garage, and then taking up backyard space too. Because the purpose of why we moved from, our townhome on Carnegie and to buy this was for more elbow room and space. And we did want a larger lot, so we could have the outdoor space. Because I've already, voiced kind of what my hobbies are, which is to be outside and in the garden. And so it's important to me. And so that's why we landed on this plan versus doing, the garage door on the interior of the lot with the roundabout.
On the plans, there's something labeled guest suite on the first floor.
Yes.
Is that a bedroom?
Yeah, so
Office? Is that
I'm a real estate agent, and so I look at the 2966 square feet on the first floor as a relatively small home compared to, what we're seeing built these days all across the South Bay. And I know you're factoring in the square footage of the ADU of 635, but the purpose of having the house at this 2966 is we felt that a 4-bedroom home was desirable for a lot of people. His mother is a flight attendant, and she's based in LA with Southwest, so she stays with us, almost 2 weeks out of the month. So that guest suite is her bedroom.
Nice.
My parents behind us here, the ADU is, being planned for down the line if they have to live with us. So basically, that leaves, the south side of the house, as Mike and I's bedroom, a guest bedroom, because we're hoping to have, a family. And then with work at, everything shifting with working from home, the other bedroom is going to essentially be, my office. So we felt that this plan kind of utilized the space really well and didn't overbuild. And essentially that downstairs level is approximately almost 3,000 square feet. And so we thought it was reasonable as far as the size.
And one question for staff. In the blue folder about the text message, there's something about 8 feet and 10 feet. Can I get a visual of what exactly this is talking about? It says 8 feet from the property line rather than 10 feet. So I'm just trying to clarify which part this is referencing.
Yeah, I covered it up with the block there, but it's this property line back down here.
Okay.
Is the one that is that distance from the south property line. That's 8 feet from the.
And it's supposed to be 10?
There's minimum of 10 and an average of 18 and a half.
Okay, and that's
There's a calculation.
Third variance?
Yes.
So first variance is garage.
Yeah, you could, so it's the north side setback where the garage is.
Okay.
That's one. The second one is actually that rear yard.
Okay.
And then the third is the garage door placement.
Okay. So for the south side then, what was the choice for the 8-foot setback versus the 10? Maybe I can hear a little bit about that. We haven't talked about that part as much.
It just goes back to preserving the center of the yard, pretty much.
Courtyard.
But, initially we're like, well, maybe, so 2 feet of our property is on the other side of the wall and the Ralston. People have 2 feet of our property. And we don't have any intention of tearing that wall down and moving it over to gain that 2 feet back. So we thought, since the wall's there, 2 feet's on one side and then 6 feet on the other side. Because when we started this plan, we didn't realize that that south wall was going to be considered the rear. We thought it was going to be considered a side. So we thought 6 feet, 8 feet total, but 6 feet on our side would be sufficient.
We started with 5, actually.
Well, yeah, we started with 5 because we thought it was a setback, but then learned that it was not.
And so with that fence where the neighbor has 2 feet of your yard, if you were to have 10 feet, that means the 8 feet would be on one side of your side of the fence and 2 feet would be on the other. And right now you're providing 6 feet on your side of the fence in this proposed drawing? Okay, so there's a 2-foot variance, okay. And is there, again, anything about the lot? It's kind of where the angle is of the two parts of the lot, but is there something in the elevation grade, some other reason there that you guys need to encroach into that space?
I think it was just more about how we designed it, and based on the location of the wall, I thought, we had originally designed it with intention of that continuing to be the side yard setback.
Okay.
So having to recreate it again and kind of finding the medium between it, we thought, that's why we went and discussed it with them, as well as how comfortable they were. I mean, the standard side yard setback was 5, we're like 6 to 8 feet seemed pretty comfortable as a normal condition of neighborly setback, I guess you would say.
And one other question for staff. When I looked at the examples in the staff report of other projects that had variances approved or ministerial or whatever, I couldn't find any in this particular neighborhood that didn't have some sort of driveway. Like even if they connected to their garage, like this one was, they still had that side driveway space, or some of them have it like in the back. Your neighbor has like the whole side of their house is a concrete jungle. So I couldn't find one that didn't provide a driveway, or at least maintain some driveway. It's a very wide net. I guess, is there any example of something where they couldn't maintain either the new driveway space or their old driveway space that used to go down the side of the house, or anything that limited as much as this?
No, I don't think there's another example, or I don't think there's an example where they did not have a driveway. The closest thing to compare that to would be, I know that there was a couple of projects that came before the commission where they were on corner lots, where the driveway or the garage is at like 5 feet or 10 feet from the side property line, so it's legal non-conforming as is, and they were just keeping it where it was at. But those are existing conditions.
Okay.
They're not.
And connecting their house, right? Like
And
there was the one by
exactly
Franklin
that,
Park.
yes, they're connecting the house to an existing building. So it's not like they're exacerbating the situation in those cases.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioner Lamb.
Excuse me. First, I want to say it's a lovely designed house. I have, first of all, a couple of questions. Just to confirm that the purpose of the garage setback is to get a standard size car off the street, correct? Okay. The adjacent neighbor that lives on Ralston, is that correct? Did not sign, but gave you a
Thumbs up.
thumbs up?
Yeah, I don't think he
Okay.
doesn't want to put his name on
He
it.
didn't want to sign, I think he thought he was legally binding himself to something, and so I didn't really have an opportunity to explain.
Okay, and it's primarily new construction. All right. So the standard for a variation to give a variation. Oh, let me hold that for a second. The rear or the rear lot line, the rear setback is the south lot line. It's required 18 and a half feet.
Average.
Average, and you're providing 13.4. Correct? Okay, so, and I think what I was hearing was the reason you did that was basically a design consideration. Is that correct? Okay. Now, the standard for a variation is that there be special circumstances for the reason that you cannot comply with the current code. Those special circumstances would be topography, lot size, lot location, the surroundings. And so I'm wondering what the special circumstance is. What I've heard is design consideration, mostly desire to have a certain size of house, desire to have a certain amount of open space. But I'm not hearing so far, I'm not hearing any demonstration of evidence of any special circumstance.
So we have a 5-sided lot. And the code, to my understanding, is for mainly 4-sided lots. And so due to the 5 sides and due to the situation that we have double frontage, one on Pruitt and one on Lilienthal, if we were to comply to the current code, we'd have to be 25 in, and correct me if I'm wrong, 25 in from Pruitt, 25 feet in from Lilienthal, an average of 18 feet from the south, and then 5 feet from the north, correct?
No, that's not entirely correct.
Did we get the correct numbers?
So
Sounds like you don't have a house.
the,
That's exactly.
It's actually not, it's not accurate, because you're only actually.
We had to build right in the middle of the lot.
Well, no,
That was what it was coming down to.
it's right there.
this is the building envelope that would be allowed. And looking at the front setback of 25 feet, and then the rear setback from the south of 18 and a half average. Of course, it could be average, so it could be jogging back and forth. And then 5-foot setbacks from the Lilienthal side and from the north side and from the east side.
And that's
So
living
those are,
only because the garage would actually still have to be 19 feet away from the back.
Yeah.
right, so
So you would have this.
with the
huge
Plus
caveat,
plus the 20-foot in, right, for the garage.
so,
garage, which
Yeah.
would make it a.
so this is plus the 19 feet in for the garage, which would be, if they placed it on Lilienthal, it'd be placed that far back.
So this is, in perspective, I think it would be the word. This is the standard that would apply to any lot in the area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, this is the standard that would apply. So the fact that it's 5-sided and actually over 7,000 square feet. Again, I want to be convinced, right, that there is a special circumstance here.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think the way we viewed it was looking at this, because we are 19 feet in from Lilienthal, right? And then 18 feet from the south.
And then you have to put a garage.
Yeah, well, the garage would be on the Lilienthal line. It just.
I don't think it's the best usage for the
The
lot.
Well, I think one of the items that would categorize it is lot shape also, right? You didn't mention shape.
It isn't, that's the special circumstance
Regularly
is,
shaped lot is our circumstance.
right.
Which makes it, again, when you start adding all these setbacks and angles, then you're left with this, excuse my language, a bastardized home that doesn't make any sense, because we want to be able to design it in a way where you're using parallel elements to your property lines, which we have. Then when you start creating these, intersections of angles, then you're almost bound to create, again, a square upon the angle. Then you're left with, again, I know you've seen a lot of homes out where you have these real acute angles, and you can't, what you end up doing is going in and then to create a square structure, in and out, and you lose all this space. And that's what really happens. And that's what would happen is if we were to conform with the garage setting back to 19 feet parallel from the back, then you're left with this odd shaped yard, wasted space, too much concrete. And it just becomes like, where is the line between design and ordinance? It's like we gotta find our.
And this also puts us in a position to have to build a 2-story home as well.
Right.
We only want the portion over the garage to be that, space as the EDU, but from the plan, you can see all the living is on that first floor, from the bedrooms, the dining, the kitchen, access to the back, everything. So that was another consideration why we went towards this design.
A single-story home on such a big lot, which is, again, kind of going towards the opposite of overbuilding. And again, a lot of the elements that are working against us, really, it's consideration and desire, but we are taking a lot of consideration. We did make a big move, and I was just speaking to my client here that we would be more inclined to getting rid of one of the variances and going with a 10-foot setback on the south. That would be a lot easier to achieve than it would be to move that garage extensively in a manner that would create this just overbearing amount of concrete in the back.
It doesn't
Just
work.
for-
You keep saying concrete. That's a choice. You don't have to.
Okay, or
A driveway.
unusable
A
space, driveway unusable space. So
yeah.
now we're going back to, are we focused on the parking side of this, or the size of the home? Because the size of the home is really not that big, but now we're really focusing on whether we're complying to be able to get 2 cars in a driveway that we know it's not compliant. But we do have another parking spot in the front, which is by grace, because we do have that. So I guess that's where the kind of push and pull would come and say, are we compliant enough to have these 2 cars off the street and on our lot? And, theoretically, it doesn't make any difference whether the garage is 6 foot on one side and 18 feet on the other, if you're really looking at the practicality of the usage for that. Because if you can't park 2 cars behind the garage, then that's just what it is. You can park 1 car, not 2, but then you have another one in the front, which mostly people wouldn't have in this case. We would have to close down, get rid of that approach, and then you're left with a car on the street. So we did the best we could.
Does that suffice, Mr. Gardia, to swap the two-car swap one space from the garage to the front?
No, Commissioner Lamb, that's not an equivalent swap, I guess. That's not what we look at. In fact, it's very strictly just the distance of the garage door from the property line. That's all it is.
Thank you.
Commissioner Boswell.
So there's no conglomeration between the distance and the usage of that? Because again, a lot of people don't even park their cars in the garages anymore, being converted to ADUs and such. Okay, thank you, Antonio.
So, as the architect, when you started this, you knew what the setbacks were required to be. Why didn't you start with the setbacks where they're supposed to be and then design inward from there? As opposed to violating the setbacks in every direction. I mean, it looks like what you did was you designed a home and then you said, I wonder if it'll fit on this lot. Oh, it doesn't. Well, we'll have to get variances. Variances are not supposed to just be doled out as party favors. This has got to be something that's crucial, that is unavoidable, and bringing your outside walls in and bringing your garage back fixes all that. Yes, it's not going to be as big a house unless you add more to the second floor, which is your prerogative. But this could be in compliance if the design started with what you're legally allowed to do, instead of ignoring that and designing this very nice, very large house on what is admittedly a much bigger lot than most people have to work with. And yet, most people would love to have this much room and I don't think they would need to do what you're doing here. I mean, it just seems like this was approached under the assumption that we can just get variances. And that's inappropriate, I would think.
I completely.
We could have solved this whole thing right from the get-go, and we would already have approved it and gone home.
Well, I know.
You asleep by now.
Many projects where they're all clean and cut and 50 by 150 lots or 40 by 120s or whatever, but this one is riggy. It's not every day you see a lot that has this shape. So
I don't think anyone's going to argue with that.
No.
But you're the architect, you're the professional, and you knew what you were supposed to do, and you didn't do it.
Well, that's the thing. We had an extensive amount of collaboration between us and the staff, and it was evolving.
Did staff say you could do this?
Let's do what?
You said you had extensive conversations with staff. Did staff say this was okay?
Well, from the beginning, we had going back and forth with staff meetings and how they're going to interpret which side of the lot, which was the rear, which was the side, until finally, okay, that's the rear. At that point, we had already designed it. So then we made changes.
It's pretty clear from how they've told us what determines the rear side that you could have known that at the beginning. It didn't change because of this property.
And that's why we're not opposed to changing or making that south setback 10 feet, not 8, which again, a lot of people do not have.
That's the least of your problems. The rear setback is the least of the problems.
That would take away one out of the 3 variances that we're requesting tonight. The other one is totally legal for us to apply for a variance. So it's not like we wanted to just apply for a variance from the get-go. We had challenges that we had to face. So by saying, okay, are we allowed to ask for a variance under the circumstance? And staff said, yes, you're allowed to.
Well, of course.
So we did, but now here we are. Again, it's not very desirable for us to start over in any case. We tried to preserve as much as we can out of the property. It was the most advantageous way to go to keep that back garage area as our entrance because of everything else that's going on. ADU would require us to have a parking in the front. So many different factors that created, and again, the house is not very big. I know you say it's an enormous house, but it's not considering
For
the
the
size.
neighborhood.
It's under 3,000 square feet and it's on a 7,000 square foot lot. But I know your concerns and I deeply understand and take in consideration.
It's not about the size of the house. It's only about one thing, setbacks. Okay, I don't know why you keep trying to make it about other things and misdirect
Well, you're the
this,
one
I
that
don't
said it
know.
was a big
I think
But it is about setbacks, and you could have started this design with the setbacks in place and then built the house inward from the setbacks, but you didn't do that. And whether you're legally allowed to apply for variances or not is besides the point. Of course you're allowed, but no one's allowed to grant them. And that should have been your assumption. We have gone to such an extreme in violating the city codes on setbacks. What makes us think that even though we're allowed to ask, that we're going to get it?
Well,
I've used up all my time, but you can respond to that.
We're not intentionally trying to violate any codes.
We built the house along the shape of the property, or we designed the house based off the shape of the property.
But you didn't. But you didn't take into what's legally allowed on that lot. That's the problem. It's not that we don't want you to have a nice, lovely, large house, or even a mid-sized house, whatever you want to call it. That's not the issue. It seems like it would have been fairly straightforward and avoided all of this if you would have designed the home according to what's required in the city of Redondo Beach, and you didn't.
Well, if we would have designed it the way the code relied, then would be no reason for any variances, right?
And then we'd be done with it. Exactly.
There's the reason why you have variances is for lots this big and this shape. So, we did what we could. We did our best to design the best home for our client. Now,
Commissioner
the
Hensley.
only thing that we're really keeping as part of existing setbacks is a portion of an existing structure. We're not building something, say, this is non-compliant. We're not building it non-compliant. It was already there. We're asking the commission to let us have it the way it is. Everything else is compliant except for the south setback that is at 8 feet that we're willing to go to 10 feet, which would be the minimum.
I don't know how you could say that. There's nothing compliant about any of your setbacks. The south setback is actually the easiest one to get a variance on.
But
the rest of it is.
You're making it seem like we're intentionally building this home to non-comply.
It's clear that you did.
No,
You
because
started off with a design that doesn't fit this lot.
Commissioner Boswell, it's Commissioner
I know,
Hensley
he
has some
keeps talking to me.
Let's go on.
So you want to take over?
Yeah, all right, let's find some way out of this.
Pass the stick down.
So, a couple of things come to mind. There's just discussion, if the space in front of the two-car garage as it currently exists, sorry, let me back up a second. I'm sure that they looked around the neighborhood and saw a lot of other neighbors connected their house to their garage, had to go through a variance process because it's now non-conforming, and probably got approvals. As we saw in our agenda packet, there have been houses to get approvals of variances. I've just never seen one scrape the lot, keep the garage, and then ask for a variance. That seems strange to me. I haven't seen other projects do that. But in this case, if they're a two-car garage, if they keep that building, and they have 18 feet, it's not 19, but it's pretty close. If they were to give more, permeated, nice, grass and whatever nice looking driveway, could they move their driveway over kind of outside of the garage just to give more space? That makes sense?
Well, then next thing you know, there'll be a Haagen-Dazs shop there.
Not without
Oh, that was the other one.
EV car in the back.
Yeah, so that's
Just don't
one
sell
idea
the
I had
Circle K.
is, they could barely fit one car now in front of their existing two-car garage. If they had wider, a little more wider space, I'm not sure exactly how much, but that's one option.
Calling the front, the new front or the old
No,
front?
the Lilienthal side.
Okay.
Yeah, because I got all twisted around when I.
New front?
That's the
Lilienthal
garage side.
This is why this took so long to come to
The garage
this
side.
plan, because there was a lot of confusion.
Yeah.
When we started off, that, all came to light through the last 2 years.
Yeah, and we get 4 days.
Yeah.
Because we don't see this until Thursday, right? We haven't been around all this. We don't know all the background. And we know every applicant that comes here, there's a long history of interactions, before they get here. So, but again, we got 4 days to wrap our minds around. And we don't talk about this before, right? I haven't talked to anyone. Nobody's talked to anyone. Anyway, that's one thought I had. Can I see their proposal of their site? Sorry, maybe the one with the triangles for parking. Yeah. So where that, I don't think a car would fit where that triangle, I'm sorry, that's showing it move back. A different one, I'm sorry. Can I see a different?
The actual design.
Yeah, the actual design, sorry.
I'd have to
You or
pull
I.
up the other drawings. I don't have I mean, this is basic site plan.
Okay.
And where that red line is, that's where the garage door would be, because they'd be removing a portion of the building here.
So where that black line is 18 feet from Lilienthal to the front of their garage.
Right
Is
here.
18 feet.
Just that one side.
Just that one spot. So you can fit one small car there. Correct. Presuming it's less than 18 feet. It's not 19, doesn't meet it. There's no second spot, I get that. But if the parking was moved, like expanded that driveway area outside, looking at this to the south of this map. So you could fit 2 spaces is one thought I had. Now it encroaches in their pool. I don't know their other space, and concrete's not even grass and concrete is not my favorite thing. The second one was their spot off of, in the front of the house that I imagine is for the ADU, making that spot wider or bigger, but I don't think that's aesthetically pleasing. But those are the 2 thoughts I had to try to give them what they're asking for, but still find some way to make them more compliant. And then, I'm with the south variances. No. So
Commissioner Hensley, I just want to point out that there's a prohibition in our municipal code on putting driveways that don't lead to garages. With the exception of the tall and skinny properties.
Okay.
And ADUs.
Can I ask a question?
Anyway, that's my thought. Otherwise, I don't see a way out of it, Yeah, and that's an option, but I'm just thinking because if we grant this variance, then you guys are getting, in my opinion, something that other neighbors didn't get the benefit of. And that's one of the things, the variance that we can't grant. So anyway, my thoughts don't.
So it seems like one of your goals that you keep stating is to keep this at mostly 1 story. Why is that one of your goals? Why not go up instead of out?
I think the overall perspective was that there's a lot of overbuilding, just big, obnoxious.
McMansions?
Not really thought out
We
plans.
just built one on Ralston that's coming in.
It just seems like there's 4 houses around us and their number one goal is to build the biggest house they can, not utilize the outdoor space, go up just maximize as much as they can, and then sell it for as much as they can, and just kind of just hit and run the community and not really consider the neighbors or the sunlight they're taking away from the environments that it affects people's next door, from sun to just the overall, they're all starting to just look the same. And it's just becoming something that's not appealing to anybody. And I think, is some of the building aesthetics that we're using, more preference? Sure. But I think it makes the most sense for what we're given. And that's not necessarily a valuable argument, I guess you could say, to give us a variance for. And there is some adjustments we can make. Obviously, the south setback, we can sacrifice 2 feet to conform for that. Sure. But we're here to ask for it. If that's not something that's totally on board, it's not going to kill us. I think the number one goal was keeping that setback for the garage, which helps us still keep a large interior space and helps us, give us grass, permeable area, usable space. We spend a lot of time at home, over the last 2 years, more time at home. We work from home. It's where we do our business. So obviously starting a family, things along those lines, and to be on your space is important to us. And given this size property and how it's somewhat awkward, kind of gives us that opportunity. So it's not so much as taking advantage of what we can't do 100% of it, because we know that like the 2 feet, it's give and take. But I think it was doing something comfortable, makes our neighbors on board with us, and not just, because let's be honest, a 7,900 square foot lot, we can build something really ridiculous there and really obnoxious and really just make a lot of people unhappy. I mean, I think even based off the new standards, we could put multiple units on this property and really just make it lame. Let's be honest, like, and we don't want to do that. But we don't want to be put into a position where we're like, we're building something we don't want, and now we're just going to hit and run on our own, community. We're both born and raised in this town, and we want to be a part of it for a long time to come. We just wanted to do it in a way that made the most sense. So we talked with our neighbors. We kind of presented it the way we wanted. Some things, sounds like we're going to have to go back and kind of readdress, but it's not the end of the world. We just thought this was like the most beneficial way to go about it.
And also lifestyle-wise, going back to the single level, we grew up in single level homes. And I think just for way of life and living together, it's just more connected. And it's just a personal preference on our side to have a single family home. I do think it's desirable to other people as well, especially if you have older parents with you too that need bedrooms on the single level. If you have, someone who needs access that has a wheelchair or, inability to do stairs, I think it's desirable to have a single level. So I think it appeals to not only us, but, a wide range of people as well.
But is the ADU going to be the ADU is
that
the
will
that's
have a
gonna
set
be-
of stairs up there,
And that's where you're talking about putting your parents someday.
Well,
potentially.
But we also have the guest suite, which there's a lot of
Downstairs.
accessibility. I don't want to call it mixed use 100%. This is the way that it was best used for a submittable plan. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Who else has questions for the applicant? Scott. Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Chair Gaddis. I did want to take a quick moment to walk through whether or not this proposal does in fact warrant a variance. And it would be what the other commissioners had referenced already, which is section 10-2.2510 of the RBMC. And I wanted to ask Senior Planner Gardia if you could assist me in doing that. And specifically, I wanted to go to page 117 of the agenda packet, which is a draft resolution granting the variance, and take a moment to walk through that with you in the time that I've been allocated. So let's go ahead and start when you're ready with number 1. There are special circumstances, including size, shape, such that strict application of the zoning provisions deprives the property of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and under identical zone designation. And under that finding, it refers to a few items, including 2 properties in the vicinity that were granted modification permits. There's also a finding that this property is in fact unique. And the way this is written under finding 1, it's in favor of a variance. What's the counterpoint to that, where one could say no? Number 1, there aren't special circumstances.
Well, Commissioner, the counterpoint would be that although it is a 5-sided property, it is larger in size, and that the design could be accomplished in a way that is compliant with code, that the circumstances don't necessarily take away a privilege that other properties have. So you have to take this into consideration of not just the unique configuration of the property, but whether that unique configuration puts constraints on the use.
Okay, and what about the point here in the draft resolution that there are several properties to the south that have vehicular access directly to Lilienthal with garage doors within close proximity to the property line?
Right, so those are legal some of those are legal non-conforming properties, and some of them were granted modifications and variances to connect an existing house to the existing garage. So they were granted a modification or variance that is similar to what is being requested in this case. But that's just a point to the fact that other properties in the vicinity enjoy the rights to have either modification or variance that is similar to the one that's being requested.
Okay, and is there anything else, Mr. Gardillo, to support the conclusion that this property owner is not being deprived of privileges enjoyed by other property owners in the vicinity other than what you've already referred to?
I can't think of anything else right off the top of my head. Like I said, there's instances where the existing configuration of the property limits it to what can be done. Like I said, there was a couple of cases on corner lots where the house was placed in a certain position, garage was placed in a certain position. They were adding something and they were connecting the two existing structures. That's an existing condition that we want to work around. And where, we felt that was a special circumstance. This largely is being removed. You don't have the same situation where you have two buildings in an existing position where you're connecting the two out of force.
Okay, thank you for that. And then moving quickly to item 2 on the proposed resolution that would grant the variance, it says, the variance shall not constitute a grant of special privileges, and there's reference to properties at 905 Pruitt, 1003 Pruitt, 2501 185th Street that were granted modification permits for reduced rear yard setbacks, and other properties in the vicinity were also granted modification permits. What's the counterpoint to this finding that granting the variance shall not constitute a grant of special privileges?
So the grant of special privileges that, you have to, I'm thinking of something else at the moment. I'm thinking about setting a precedent or allowing something that hasn't been allowed in the past, and that would be a grant of special privileges. I think that when you're looking at those other modifications that were granted in the past, they're minor in nature, and those findings are different. They're not as stringent as this finding is for a variance.
Okay, thank you. And then item 3, which is I think the last on my list here from the resolution, draft resolution. The granting of a variance shall not be contrary to the objectives of the comprehensive general plan. And there's a finding here that essentially concludes that the granting would not be contrary to the objectives of the comprehensive general plan. Is there a counterpoint to that?
There is not.
Okay.
Because the general plan designations are for residential. This is still remaining residential. So when the commission is looking at the findings, and if the commission is thinking of a denial, it only has to make a finding in an adverse finding to one of the 3. And so it doesn't have to be all 3. You just have to, in order to grant the variance, you have to make those 3 findings in the affirmative.
Okay, and it seems like the only 2 of the 3 that may be disputed here are 1, depriving the property of privileges enjoyed by other property, and which includes the special circumstance taking into consideration the size and shape of this particular property. And then item 2, which is granting the variance shall not constitute a grant of special privileges. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And then one other point.
Please.
When we talk to applicants, we always advise that they should try and comply with the codes and avoid creating a situation that's a self-imposed hardship. And so I think in some cases, in this particular case, it seems to be almost like a self-imposed hardship where, there's other ways around getting around the code or finding a way to mitigate design-wise so that you can actually comply with the standards.
And if you know, and you may not, Was the situation different with respect to the properties cited in the draft resolution under the findings where they were granted a variance?
I'd have to look at the specific case or in the minutes. But like I said, I did review those cases briefly, but I'd have to look at the specifics. I wouldn't know. I think this is a unique circumstance that they're asking for, and unlike most of the other cases that we've come across.
Okay. And then just quickly for the applicant, as well as Mr. Golphin, do any of you have anything to add with respect to those two items that we've been discussing, where you think, yes, you should be granted a variance, which is number one, special circumstances applicable to the property, including the shape, size, or would deprive you of privileges enjoyed by other property owners? That's number one. And number two, that the variance would not constitute a grant of special privileges. Does anyone on your side, on your team, can you address that and provide us with any further feedback so we can make an informed decision as to whether or not to grant you the variance you're requesting?
As far as number two, regarding special privileges, I don't think, it sounds like the garage variance and the distance to the street is the big issue at hand here. And considering that other homes along the street, whether, it was done in the last 10 years or the last 50 years, they've been granted the privilege to have their garage basically on the property line. So I don't see how it would be granting us a special privilege, to be 5 or 6 to 19 feet away from that. As far as that variance is concerned. The first question, or the first item, can you repeat it one more time?
Oh, sure. It's the special circumstances that concerning the shape and size of the property, whereby if the variance wasn't granted, you'd be deprived of privileges enjoyed by other property in the vicinity.
Yeah, do you want to answer that or do you want me to?
You can go ahead.
I think that's a very subjective item because many, people have, I guess it's hard for me personally to just build a 2-story home, essentially, in the middle of this lot. That was never our intention when we bought it. And so, like I said, it's subjective. For me, I don't think it's necessarily granting special privileges because a lot of people get, exceptions and get to build the home, as close to their design or dream as was what they were looking for. So, that's a little more of a difficult one, I think. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
If I can add to it, I don't know
Please.
if we were talking about the special privileges, but I'm going back to, I guess, the constitution of, or constituting whether it would apply because of the irregular shaped lot, and it kind of goes really hand in hand. If you were to subject the property to conform with the setbacks of this garage, it would just eliminate the potential of enjoying other privileges that people have because of that angle. And it just becomes like this, how do you design a bathroom with this point? I'm kind of drawing out where the garage would be now, and it's just like, it just completely desecrates the ability to enjoy.
I think it goes back to my point. You're building the house in the middle of the lot, which I think eliminates, now you're designated to more of a side yard, as a backyard, whereas all the other homes, get decent more backyard space. So.
Yeah. I think it's a little bit of.
Chair, can I chime in one more time?
Yes, of course.
I think the key question that you have to ask yourselves is, by imposing this rule of the side setbacks and the garage door placement, would that keep the property owner from building a house that is similar to other properties in the area, similarly zoned, similarly, configured, as their property? I think that's the key question that you should be asking yourself. Because that's the basis for granting the variance.
Well, so one of the things I'm concerned about, though, is we keep citing these other properties in the neighborhood that have been granted variances before. And then if we grant this, then next thing you know, in a year from now, we're going to have another project that cites this project as the reason why they should be getting another variance. And it's just going to,
Variance creep.
yeah.
I mean, this is why one reason Redondo Beach is such a nice place to live is because we do, the codes are written, staff and elected officials and general plan, which everybody gets to vote on. And I mean, there are a lot of things involved, but one way we keep it a livable town is by having codes and then conforming to those codes. And that way, you don't end up with, if you've been to, there are a lot of cities in the world that don't have codes, and you can see what happens. So,
One thing I'd like to bring up to that point is that my understanding that code is it's a single-family residence and neighborhood. What's the address where they built that ADU, eliminated a garage and put 2 units on there and now renting out with not even a single one of the homeowners living in that property, which is part of the code?
1003 or 1000?
1003 Pruitt. So they have now turned our single-family neighborhood into income property. And I don't see how that, we're trying to preserve a single-family home here. And I called Antonio when we saw this going up, and I said, I don't understand how this is allowed, but what we're trying to do, is, we're here now, discussing it. So I agree with you in that sense, but I don't think it's being maintained necessarily in the neighborhood, because just a couple houses down, how do you have no garage? You have 2 units now in a single family neighborhood. And the neighbors are very upset about it. And
Well, they have a frontage on, Lilienthal now has
a front door.
house that is now on Lilienthal.
Yes, so
No parking, no
it doesn't
driveways.
conform.
So, I think at the end of the day with this comment is, we're trying our hardest to conform and keep the integrity of our neighborhood. Can there be some adjustments made? Absolutely. It's just, I think we've worked really hard to try to do the best with this property and how it presents itself, and I think that's where we're at.
yes.
Is there a significant cost differential between building 1 story versus 2 stories?
Oh, absolutely. From engineering to, I'm a general contractor and I work in this city, so there's tons of it. And from removing that garage space and saving that cost. I mean, if we circled back and found a way to salvage the existing structure, which is only 759 square feet, and then connected to the garage, and then found that variance that you have granted in the past with an existing structure, maybe that brings us a little bit closer to achieving the location of where the garage is. But, that kind of goes back to redesign, paying an architect, and kind of, continue in a different direction. Sure. But yeah, structurally, there's a lot more. You're building almost 2 houses on top of each other. So, there is. And if we do build a bigger unit, now what we don't want to do is maximize, the usefulness of this property, sell it for millions more than probably would this home, and then just leave everybody to kind of deal with what we've left behind.
And build all the way to 28.6 or 29.6.
That's not how we want to put the keystone to the corner of this property that way.
Commissioner Hensley? Oh, yeah.
Oh, I was just going to remind everybody and also you guys that we did give variances on a crazy little lot, but I think the square footage was like 2,500 or 3,000. It was tiny. It was near Redondo High School. It was very, very small.
Yeah, we watched that
And
one.
we were like, absolutely. So it's part of the problem is this is a very large lot, and you know, I mean, we're not the architect, obviously, but if you just shrink your courtyard, you now have the exact same house, but with a smaller courtyard. I mean, and you know, I'm not obviously designing your house, but.
Yeah, it goes back up to the option of, hey, we get rid of the courtyard, we scrunch it in, we lose all this real estate because of all these angles and having to create a square angles here, go up, have this massive 30-foot tall structure. That's typical of a lot of homes that are being built, like Sloan said, and it's just something that's, I thought the city was kind of going against that. Like the massive manzanization of the 30-foot max, I think is now kind of reverberating in everyone's ears now and saying, well, maybe what did we do? Why did we let everybody go 30 feet, which is fine. I've done some nice 30-foot height with lofts and everything, which a lot of people are like, whoa, what's going on in the city? Why do they approve such tall buildings? But
They're staying in the variances, you know, that's the whole thing.
So we were trying to stay away from, and then again, I'm sorry for going off on a tangent because it has nothing to do with the variances, but here we are, it's just an irregularly shaped lot, and I kind of just did a quick mock-up of what the house would be like if we were to get rid of the courtyard, and it would just be a lot of angles, it would just be hideous.
I don't think you have to get rid of the courtyard. I don't think that's the.
Well, I mean, shrink it in a way where we don't have that. I mean, the courtyard is a good, it's a good sized courtyard.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can almost fit in almost another small house inside that courtyard.
Yeah. Yeah, no complaints on outdoor living.
So, you know, that's the fine line between the eye of growth and the eye of conservation. You know, do we want these big homes, or do we want people to still be able to use a big lot to create a nice ranch-style single-story house?
Yeah.
And you don't see that anymore. You just don't see that. Maybe you were trying to, you know, it's a case for conserving and not having to overbuild so much. But
One more question. I think I asked earlier, but just to confirm, if their current garage was not attached to their house, if they didn't have workshop, whatever that thing is called, I don't know about the second story part, but like if it wasn't attached, there would be no problem, right? Like, except for the south variance, if they were, that would be their only variance.
Garage,
Well,
But if it's not attached, you can have it on the lot line.
the garage is facing.
well,
Is it because they're
there's
turning
a
it
couple
around?
there's a couple of things here that would be problematic. But with a detached garage, one, you know, your height is limited to 15 feet. You wouldn't be able to build the ADU over the
The
garage.
ADU would have to be built over the main structure.
That's one issue. But yes, a detached structure can be at the property lines, but it's the garage door. I have to reiterate that. It's the garage door that has to be the 19 feet away. And that's where the problem comes in. And like I said, there's different ways to try and configure it so that you can get so that it's either not facing the property line, abutting the street, and then that problem goes away.
Okay.
Or, you know, if, you know, right now the garage door is on the opposite side. You have a long driveway that leads to it. Not an issue.
Okay. Okay, so that wouldn't solve their problem, so, all right. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Boswell.
Okay, to review, we have a professional licensed architect, we have a real estate professional, and it turns out we also have a contractor experienced building in Redondo. And yet, this is what you bring to us. How does this make sense?
I guess you just wanted like a box that was 30 feet.
No, see, that's what you're doing, is you always try to misdirect us. It's not about boxy house. That's your decision. It's about variances for things that maybe you don't deserve to have. It's about setbacks. It's not about whether or not you're forced to have a boxy house. You build the house that fits on the lot according to code. You should have started with that. You have 3 people standing in front of us who are not somebody working in a retail store, somebody working as a waiter, and somebody designing it because it's his graduate project. These are 3 people who should know better, I would think. But the attempts to continue making this about, we want to have a nice looking house for the neighborhood. We want to have a house that isn't all boxy. Oh, I thought the city was against these McMansions. That's all besides the point. Those are your decisions to make, and if they are compliant with code, you're allowed to build them, and it won't even come before us. But what you've done is you've started with a design that has all kinds of problems. And
We didn't start with this design.
I'm trying to find something other than the fact that other people were granted allowances in circumstances that are not at all like this, because they didn't scrape the lot and leave a garage. They did it back when it was allowable, and now it's legal non-conforming. So this is, I'm struggling to find a reason why these variances are deserved, as opposed to going back and pulling the walls in so that you meet the setbacks that are required, or getting close enough to them to where we can say, good enough for government work. So I'm at a loss to be sympathetic at this point, considering all the misdirection and all of the attempts to make this something other than about setbacks. It's strictly about setbacks. You can put a second floor on here. That's your decision. Personally, I like single family homes that are one story. That's what I grew up in, and that's what I have. But you bought this lot with the intention of redeveloping it.
Yeah, but not with the intention of building a
and you started
two-story
off
house in
with
the
it
middle
being
of
out of
it.
compliance in a lot of ways.
I don't think that's how we started.
Yeah, we started the design
You started
with.
the design of, you started with a design that was already illegal.
Well, no, we started with a different design, and me being a real estate agent, I didn't think this was the right design for this shaped property and the right use for this property. And so I felt.
And I appreciate that it went through an evolution of various designs, but you started this design already out of compliance.
We bought
And
the
you
lot
have
out
three
of
professionals who should know better.
We do know better.
Well, then why did you do it?
Because I paid to
Because
ask
you wanted
for
to
it.
have a bigger house, because you wanted to have more outside
Yeah,
living
it was
space.
the
And
best
I
use
would
for the
too,
property.
but I can't, and neither
Well,
can
like you
anyone
said,
else.
you would too, so we
We're
paid for it,
asking-
we asked
But I
for it.
wouldn't design it expecting to get it. I would
garage was in
design
its
it
current
within, I
location.
would design it within the parameters that are allowed in the city.
Well, I mean, we'll go back and we'll do our best to, to accomplish that, but the location of the garage is where it was, and that presents for the best use in the location of the property.
And I'm sympathetic to that, but it's still not in compliance.
I didn't build it there.
Doug,
Is
shall
that
we
your
take,
excuse?
I
public
didn't have
comments?
an excuse, I'm telling you.
I think that we're not getting anywhere, so why not?
We do have one person on Zoom with a raised hand, Holly Osborne. Holly, if you can go ahead and unmute, you'll
Hi,
have 3
Holly.
minutes.
Yeah, I was listening to this. And let me tell you, I listen to a lot of stuff in Sacramento. And I don't get it. The shape of the lot is everything, okay? Don't say, oh, they've got a big 7,000 square feet. You could have a 7,000 square foot lot that was 20 foot wide and gazillion foot long, and you couldn't do anything with it, okay? Sacramento doesn't get that. And you guys should be a little more sympathetic to that. The shape of the lot is everything. And the other thing is, and I was surprised it took you so long to get to the point, having a one-story house so you can age in it is absolutely imperative. And I guess that's all I'm gonna say. Pathetic. Usually I'm not, but this time I am.
Motion to extend.
Thank you, Holly.
Not out of time. Any other public comment?
No, and there's no e-comments. And then unless there's anyone in the room to speak.
Okay, Commissioner Lamb, you had your hand up.
I will, what is the word? Defer my time to
Okay. Commissioner
Mr.
Hensley.
Hensley.
Thank you. All right, let me see if we can find a way out of this quagmire. So what are our choices? We can approve the variance tonight, we can deny the variance tonight, and we can continue the hearing. We can close the hearing and continue the hearing. Are those 4 options that are in front of us?
No, you couldn't close the hearing to continue it. You'd have to keep it open to continue it. That being said, yes, you could approve, you could, if you wanted to approve with the modification, I think that they'd even agreed for the rear setback to be in compliance. So you could change that, have it conditionally, changed, or you could deny. If you chose to deny, what you could do is deny the granting of the approvals to be ratified in a resolution at the next meeting. It wouldn't continue the public hearing. It would just be that you're denying it. The decision would be made tonight, but we don't have that resolution available this evening.
Okay.
I could go and write one, but everybody's going to be waiting around for about an hour.
Okay. So let me ask the applicant. We haven't closed it. We haven't made any decision, but just what would you like us to do? It doesn't sound like there's enough votes to approve it tonight. Is that correct?
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
We don't really want to ask until we're sure.
Well, but I don't want to close it and then open it, and I'm like, this is our chance. So we can continue it, and you guys can come back. We can deny it. You guys can appeal the planning commission's decision, right? We're not the final authority. So
I'm not very familiar with the process.
Sure.
And I'm not saying this is my decision by any means, but who decides on the appeal?
the city council.
You do both.
So you appeal our decision, which happens, and eventually, after some time, it will go before city council, and then they get the final say of that.
I just wasn't sure.
Does that prolong it?
I'm sure.
I'm sorry?
That prolongs it more, the delay?
It usually takes a few months to get it before the city council. So.
What are, I'm sorry, I don't know if we finished all the options.
Yeah, we can continue it if you guys wanted to go back and
Make modifications.
come back, present those modifications to us, and
I guess so I have a clear understanding. Is the main issue the garage, or is it just the whole plan? Is that whole plan for everybody?
It's justifying us approving the variance, I think.
Well, the setback.
Setbacks.
So you have the setback compliant with the garage facing the alley and
the
side
south.
on the north to be
The
5
rear
feet.
side
Yes, and the south
and
needs to
the
be 10 feet.
side.
The south, we're gonna do 10 feet. No, we already agreed that we were
Yep,
gonna
so
do that.
basically all 3 variances you're asking for, there's
Okay.
And then
nothing.
you wouldn't need to come in front of us because it would be compliant, right? If you just agreed to move your garage.
If they did make those changes, that would be an administrative decision. That being said, one of the options that you could come back with, I mean, it's going to be up to this body. And I think what they're saying is you'd need to provide either some modifications that are maybe, address some of their issues or concerns that they brought up. If you're still going to have a variance.
But this is pretty black and white if we decide to go that route, right?
Well, the thing is that
if
we decide now that we're gonna continue it, but we choose to go and make the modifications that now we can make clerically or administratively, what do we?
Yeah, how does that work if we have a continued hearing that doesn't come back
There's no
to
reason to
us?
continue it if we're gonna comply.
Because I don't want to be obligated to something financially and we decide to go in another direction and now
Yeah,
we made the
this
commitment.
hasn't come to us before either, I don't know.
I think that they would just pull that pull their application.
Continue the hearing, they could
Withdraw
withdraw.
their application.
Unless there's a consideration.
Additional application and fee to continue?
No.
No, that would, if you continued the public hearing, they'd continue it to date certain to the,
Next month.
So I would
to
say
the November date.
we choose to continue it. If we can figure out a way to not have to come back, then we would cancel the application.
Can we do that?
That's what we just said.
Can we withdraw?
You could withdraw your application.
Meanwhile.
And then we would just have to, either, we need to know that,
Probably at least, like
by 2 weeks before that
Yeah.
meeting,
Yes,
so.
the December meeting may be safer.
Yes, because we need to
So if you
publish
continue
a
to-
notice of canceled hearing. So at least 2 weeks
So that
before.
gets kind of awkwardly confusing, right? Because now let's say if we decide to continue upon the grace of the commission would allow us to meet halfway, since then we have some reason to come back.
Well, what I'm struggling with is, I know you were trying to propose some, meet in the middle solutions,
Right.
which didn't work because of the irregular shaped lot.
Yeah.
And the size of the lot and the 5 sides.
Yeah.
So with that being said, what I'm hearing, from Commissioner Boswell is that there is no variance that you will ever put forward that I'm going to agree with, because I just want you to.
Wrong.
I just want you to stick with the existing code setbacks.
No, you're basically saying that I've already made up my mind and I have not. I want to make that perfectly clear. And what I could tell you is that if you were to try to make this completely in compliance to get an administrative approval and not have to come back, that's great. But if you still needed to come back here because of some consideration, we would certainly take into consideration the effort you have made to alter the design, to bring as much of it into compliance as possible. Then we could look at what you found impossible to comply with, and we would make a decision accordingly. So it's really up to you
Can I
to
ask
show
you?
good faith so that we can do our job.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
As far as, so we've got the 3 variances, the south side, which, to the 10 feet. The other 2 are surrounding the garage. We've got where the existing location is, it's, only 1 foot currently from the property line versus 5 feet.
1 foot 10.
Yes.
19 feet.
And
And then 19.
Garage.
so now that I think about this more, in order to address both of those variances, the garage would need to be pretty much rebuilt and then moved back. And then that's why my question is, then there really is no longer a variance, because we're now the 19 feet and the 5 feet. So I'm trying to understand, if we continue this, what can we do to come to a meeting of the minds where, otherwise then it's just, we're doing what
Well,
the setbacks are.
If you come back and you haven't really changed anything substantially, then why would you expect a different outcome?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, I'm trying to see what you would propose as, to.
Ideally, I'd like to see you in compliance with all the setbacks, but we do grant variances. But this is kind of extreme.
We have
And
Commissioner
I can't make a
Lamb.
decision for the other commissioners either.
Commissioner Lamb has a question.
I completely understand your question. And it seems as though it centers around the location of the garage and the 19 feet inside the property line. And you're asking, at what point would a compromise be considered? Would it be, okay, it's, what is it now? It's 19 on the corner and 5
The
on the...
north corner of the garage is 6.
6.
And the south side is 19, and it goes in that angle because it goes along
Right.
the side of the lot.
Right, so the focal point would be the 6, right? How on the north side?
Correct.
Okay, so how far in on the north side would it need to go? If it weren't to go 19, what would be the compromising? I think this is the question.
Yes, that's what I'm trying to get at, because I don't know how to
Right.
really solve the problem without just taking down the whole garage.
Right.
So where is the meeting of the minds where, okay, if you're willing for us to make changes, how can we make and come back and make a change that, would be somewhat acceptable?
So if it were moved not, okay, so to bring, so it's 19 feet, so it would have to go in with 13, right? It'd have to go east 13 feet at the north side.
Yeah, northeast.
Right? 13 feet. Where, Senior Planner Gardia, what opportunity is here? Is there any opportunity?
Well, that's why it's here before the commission tonight,
that-
is the request for the variance because it doesn't meet that setback. And it's up to the commission whether you grant it or not. Should the garage be removed and reconstructed and allowances be given, the side yard setback will automatically move 4 feet away from, or close to 4 feet away from the side property line. And that's going to give you more space from the Lilienthal property line as well. So there's a couple of logistical things that would happen there where you're already going to be given more space. You have typically on the wall, the garage door is not all the way to the edge either. So, when you're talking about 6 feet away from the property line, well, it's not really going to be at that point because you need to inset the garage door from there. So it's some precise things that we have to take a look at, some specific items. And then, like I said, it really depends on what the commission wants to look at. Compact parking spaces they're allowed to be 17 feet in length. Is that something that would be acceptable? Perhaps. But it's up to the commission.
Okay. So my suggestion would be to ask for the continuance to December, work with Senior Planner Gardia on making the alterations, and come up with, he talked about a compact, right? A compact car.
Right, so something less than the 19 feet in length, but, that would, if it's at an angle, of course, you're going to, have some more space, and then you're going to have a larger space next to it. It kind of averages out a little bit. So it really, like I said, it's maybe not staff's preference to do that because it may set a precedent for other projects, but it's entirely up to the commission. It sounds like you're looking to, you're seeking out a compromise. That might be one way to go.
So would we be forced to buy a car that fit there or find a car available to fit in the spot?
And you have to drive it down to City Hall every day just so we can check that you still have it.
How about we park it in the spot so you know we're not on the sidewalk?
That's a condition.
Can we add a key on charging station?
So, it just becomes so subjective. Because I can find a car right now that would fit in the current, according to the drawings we have. All joking aside, it's just, what point does it become
a smart car?
This is 18.
Sure.
What is this?
Oh, okay.
What is this?
That's 6,
That's right.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Am I finished? Yes.
Commissioner Boswell.
Senior Planner Guardia. So if the north corner of the garage door, instead of being 19 feet from the property line, is only 17 feet, and they maintain the angle of the garage, then the south one is going to be far more than 18. I don't know what the geometry.
That's correct.
Turns out to, but something like that could easily solve your problem.
So am I just thinking, if I hit center of my garage at 19 feet, everything south of that is gonna be more than 19 feet. and
Well,
be
you
able
could
to
park
accommodate.
your mother-in-law's Prius on the 17-foot side and your monster truck on the 25-foot side.
But wait a second, is that the way it's calculated, average distance?
It's not done by average. So that would be a variance. That's
Still
exactly what
require
you're looking
variance.
at.
So then.
But it's
accommodates
an
an
easier
additional spot.
variance to swallow.
Okay, that's
Understand.
that was my next question.
So that answers your question, is that
Right.
Not that
correct?
we,
Well, that's a true comparmise, right? Like, we're gonna give you half at 19 and more.
but we're,
The other half is gonna be.
but understand, we're not cutting a deal here. We're
Absolutely.
just throwing stuff out
I
there
totally
so
get
that you
that.
have,
I
you
get
you
Ideas.
understand
Ideas.
that
That's
it,
obvious more than.
if it's a few inches short, yeah, we're probably still going to deny it, but you've got a pretty good chance.
Not very often.
That'll be the one where I say, that'll be the one where I say, okay, and everybody else says, no way.
Those were my,
No
Michael
deal.
Scott was gonna come in there. Yeah, just short. But we do have the additional parking spot up front, so we can,
So
anyways, we can wrap
on this
our heads
additional
around.
parking spot, you keep bringing up, you don't actually need a parking spot for an ADU, do you?
Well,
It's not required,
nor
right?
do we need any parking spots, we just need 19 to the garage face.
But the answer to that,
So,
the clarification on that ADU parking spot is it or is it not?
Commissioner Boswell, there is no parking required for an accessory dwelling unit so long as it's within a half mile of a bus stop,
Which this
basically,
is.
which this is.
Yeah.
We could coincidentally
875
share a
yards.
driveway approach with the neighbor that fillets open. So we can't eliminate their spot, we can more hang on to ours, kind of thing. Compromise.
So it's nice that you have room for a car in the front, but it's not required for the ADU.
Correct.
But your mother-in-law could park there and she's in town from her flight schedule.
Oh, that's my mom. This is my mother-in-law.
Somebody's, so, or someone's mother.
Yes.
So the overall intent of the 19 feet is to park 2 cars outside the garage, right? It's not just a setback.
It's not how
an
the
actual
code's written.
workable setback that actually allows for 2 cars to park in it.
Right, that's one of the points that I brought up in the presentation, is that the 19-foot distance to the garage door is so that you can get a car off of the street onto a driveway pad without encroaching into the sidewalk.
It's the basis behind the 19 feet. It's not that you have to do that.
Right.
Use it that way. You could put a shuffleboard court there.
Yeah, so I mean, there's the whole argument whether.
So
we do have
I
it.
think at this point, we'll establish the continuation until December. We'll
Did you have your hand up?
wrap our minds
Skinny
around
it down a
December.
little.
And, you know, if we don't need to come back, we won't.
All the better.
All right.
But if you do,
He'll be
I'm
waiting.
watching you.
All right.
Okay.
You see my truck in the.
Commissioner Lamb.
Thank you, Chair. I move to continue this hearing to December 20th?
15.
15th.
Oh, what happened in November?
15th?
Will that meeting happen because of
If
the
you-
holidays? Sometimes.
Yes, we intend to have that meeting.
Okay.
How soon would we have to have it to make the November?
Here's the issue with November. If it was continued in November, we would need to have any withdrawal by the morning of November 3rd, ideally by the afternoon, November 2nd. That only gives you a couple weeks to really make a decision, and you may want to look at that and evaluate that. And the problem is if you don't withdraw in that time frame, we can't cancel that public hearing in November. We need to have the determination by November 3rd in order to put the notice out to cancel the public hearing. Otherwise, they actually have to open the public hearing and go through a whole process. We have to notice it. We have to, put all the packet together, and it's a lot of extra work. And so it's really giving you only actually less than 2 weeks to get that put together and decide. If you do December 15th, you would have until December 1st to make the decision on whether or not you're just going to make it all comply or in withdrawal, or if you're going to go ahead and have the public hearing.
Quick question.
So.
Do we ultimately need required 2-car garage?
Yes.
Yes.
It needs to be a full 2-car garage. Huh?
Yes.
Because we have kind of like a quick little option here that would kind of solve every problem, but kind of cuts that 2-car garage.
Can we make the November 20th?
November?
We'd need to know by November 3rd.
November 3rd, yeah.
If we're gonna withdraw.
All we're doing is really.
So we'll continue to November 20th,
No, it's November 17th.
November 17th.
Okay, I move to continue this hearing to November 17th,
6:30 PM?
6:30 PM.
Is that a second?
Second.
Yes.
Are we going to be J1?
Let's do a roll call vote.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Something on the garage, check with staff, but one tandem parking may work for you.
Yeah, and
Don't quote me.
No, Antonio's saying no.
No? Okay. Yeah, there's rules on it. There's one project that had tandem that was approved, but.
That was in an R1A district.
Oh, okay, that's why.
That's right.
Okay.
so if you have a 1.5 car garage, that doesn't suffice, but 1003 Pruitt can completely remove their garage, have no garage, and 2 units.
You can thank Sacramento's ADU laws for
The
that.
ADU regulations were.
Well, I'm just saying, would that be kind of meeting in the middle where the north garage parking spot, we lop it off and, push that wall back where we're meeting the 19 or close.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah,
It's
close
two
to the
individual.
19 feet on that garage door on the left side, and then the right side is out further where the south is at that 18, and then this spot would maybe be what, at 16,
Yeah,
17?
yeah,
So that's.
but we don't have our conforming.
Interesting garage doors on both sides of
Question.
I would like to thank you so much for your time.
And we haven't
And-
voted on the continued.
No, I'm not doing anything but thanking them for your time and your patience on this. And I would just reiterate what others have said, is to work with Senior Planner Gardia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, appreciate your time as well.
Okay, so there was a motion and who did the second? Okay. Okay, so then we'll do a roll call vote. Barrett,
Yes.
Boswell,
Aye.
Godek,
Yes.
Hazeltine,
Yes.
Hensley,
Yes.
Lamb,
Yes.
Chair Gaddis.
Yes. Unanimous, the motion carries. Thank you. You've got a short time before you have to come up with some things, so.
I think they're pretty clear.
It's for me.
Yeah, we're gonna come back with a compromise.
17.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys, appreciate your time.
all.
Good night.
All right, item K, items continued from previous agendas. Do we have anything?
No.
No items continued.
So,
Sorry.
items for discussion prior to action.
Nope, no discussion items.
Items from staff.
I don't have anything.
I just
I'm the
want,
one who's supposed to be brain dead.
I was actually trying to think of something earlier today. I'm like, I'm not going to try and come up with something.
I do have one note for the November agenda. You will have the, for the new year, you'll have the election of officers.
Oh.
On that agenda.
In November?
And it'll be in November. Because I think technically the new offices started this month. So you'll do the election of officers. So it'll be for chair and vice chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Hazeltine was sworn in this evening for her first full term.
That's right. Congratulations.
And I did want to let you know, I will not be at the November meeting. Sean will be here. Now Antonio will be here, and I believe Stacy has an item as well on that agenda. But I'll be available leading up to that meeting, through the 16th. So if you have questions on the agenda items in advance, you can certainly contact staff or talk with me.
Okay. Commission items and referrals to staff. Commissioner Lamb.
There was an item in the blue folder, non-agenda comment on an issue related to an easement request for the Beach Cities Health District. Is this, is this something that the Planning Commission has any involvement with? And/or is it appropriate to request staff to bring back information about that?
I don't know if it's something that they're applying for as part of their CUP. In that case, I don't want to, I can certainly try to find out some information on what the commenter, remember, this is not somebody from the Beach Cities Health District or from the city or any other agency that is providing information. It was rather a commenter from the public. So we could certainly see what it is, but I don't want to necessarily just say, yes, we're going to put it on an agenda, because if it's related to the conditional use permit application, that's something that you're going to hear down the road. So we wouldn't want to have any discussion on that.
Right. Just a point of clarification, there's two CUPs. There's the current CUP for the mental health.
Yeah, for the youth, the alcove. Mhm.
Yes.
And that was, and that's still effective, and it was determined that the alcove complies with the CUP.
Right, so when you're referring to the CUP, you're referring...
The CUP application for the Beach Cities Health District Healthy Living Campus. They haven't submitted it, but they did submit a pre-application. We also know that they've gone through an EIR process for the project and have selected a project. So I wouldn't want to prejudice that discussion on that when that comes to you, because that's going to be required to be considered under a public hearing and through the appropriate process.
Right, and you're suggesting that easement request is going to come with that CUP?
I don't know. Again, that's something that somebody from the public is pointing out. I'm not certain what they're referencing, so we would have to see if that's something different than that, or if it's something related to that application. We do know that Beach Cities Health District has a separate application for the bike path that's on that Diamond side.
Yes.
But I don't know if this is related to that. That is something that we could give you the information, because that's an application for different project, not related.
Right. So so you're suggesting that you could bring back information? Are you suggesting that? I'm not quite sure.
No, I'll look into it to see if it's something that's related to the Healthy Living Campus, in which case I would not bring anything back.
Yeah.
If it's related to the bike path, I could certainly bring back information on that, or circulate that information to the commissioners.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Hensley, do you have any?
No.
No?
Nope.
No? Commissioner Boswell?
I'm done.
Commissioner Barrett?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, I have two things, but I'll make them brief. And first one is, can we bug Mike Webb, City Council, or City Attorney, to come back and talk with us about ex parte communications? And the second one is, I'd like somebody to come in, actually, I have two more. I'd like somebody to come in and talk with us about the Coastal Act and educate us. And it might be Jim Light. He knows a lot about it. Or Frank Angel or somebody like that. Come in and just give us, as it came up on a recent project consideration, and it came up late. I mean, it probably should have been something that came up very early in the process. It may have been important. I don't know. And that's the problem, is that we could use, I think, some education on the Coastal Act and how the Coastal Act should be influencing our decisions and what are the parameters and stuff. Another thing I'd like us to be educated on is all this stuff Sacramento's been doing that are limiting our abilities to make land use decisions. And, what are the parameters? I went through that commissioner training program, and that was the dominant, HCD was there. We had city attorneys from all these different cities, Alhambra, two city attorneys there. And we learned a lot. And I think I want to know more, and I want everyone else to learn what we learned at that meeting, because it was eye-opening.
Were you wanting to learn what are the most recent do you want like a legislative update?
Yeah. Well, that would be part of it, and it restricts what we can do without. I mean, we willy-nilly can reject a project, and the city gets sued. And these city attorneys from like Alhambra were telling us, and you will lose, and you will spend a lot of money losing. And as a matter of fact, what comes to mind right now to me is what's going on in Manhattan Beach, where they've just rejected that project, and they did it on a basis of, well, it's too close to the refinery, and hey, that may hold water and stuff like that, but there are a lot of forces. You don't think so? Yeah, I have my doubts as well.
I mean,
So.
that could be a 100-hour
They
course.
They managed to do it in this
Right, but
program.
I'm not sure, remember, I was not at that session, so I don't know what it is you're trying to what I can do is I can provide, here's the legislative updates that we've seen on different bills that do impact land use. As far as giving opinions on different components of laws that have been adopted, that's going to be a little bit different.
Well, I mean, it could be have somebody from HCD come down, or, maybe PlaceWorks, or there's somebody what is her name, who was guiding us through the project, what is her name
Holly
again?
Osborne
Not
knows.
Holly Osborne. What is her name?
She's
Veronica.
for everything.
Yeah, maybe Veronica. I don't know. I really don't know
Bear in
the answer.
mind that all of those, the outside consultants are not something that we have.
Yeah, they're
just
not
like-
cheap.
Yeah.
But there's
don't pay
somebody with some expertise in this that we really should be. I think we need. It was really valuable.
Yes.
And really important for us to know what we learned in that class.
Yep.
And I think we all should.
I think there's another one coming up.
Yeah.
It's the same.
Yeah.
Twice.
Don't we have a Sacramento legislative consultant? Can't remember his name.
We do, but that's not like his role isn't to now explain all the different bills. It's he's a lobbyist for us.
Okay.
More of making sure that we know what the legislation is, so that we know what things to go and address at the time that they're being considered.
Okay.
Not so much giving. I mean, he'll give us a written legislative update, but he's not going to necessarily go back and say, here's this regulation that was adopted 2 years ago, and here's how you have to apply it. And, for example, SB 9, there's a lot, there are handbooks that the HCD has put out on that we can distribute. We can provide information. HCD has provided handbooks on the ADUs. They have on SB 9. And I know we're going to be bringing the conversation back around for SB 9. I'm looking at doing that at the beginning of the year. Because we have to make a recommendation to city council so that they can adopt something by the end of 2023.
So, Chair Gaddis, what exactly is your motion? So what?
Well, it's not really. I don't think we vote on these things. If I'm referring,
yeah,
do
you
we?
do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, my first one was Mike Webb coming back.
That was just a reminder.
That's
just a reminder.
actually
Okay.
still on
What was my second one? No, I don't
referral.
remember. There was HCD. There was a second. Oh, the Coastal Act.
Coastal Act.
So anyway, I proposed that. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against say nay. Come on, Matt.
I'm not against it. I just unclear on what exactly.
HCD, to be clear, I mean, the fact is, we learned a bunch of stuff in that class, and it was taught by HCD people. What was refreshing about that was they said, we didn't make the rules. We're just enforcing the rules. And here's what's going on. And we had all these people in the room who are these city attorneys who are very familiar with all the cases going on and stuff like that. And so their sort of running commentary through this whole thing was important and scary.
Chair Gaddis. It's not clear to me what the purpose is for the information that you want to obtain. And it's, what I'm hearing is that you've already heard significant amount of information and you want more information, but it's really not clear as to how you want to use that information. Is it appropriate? What power do we have?
Commissioner Boswell, if you could take that class again, would you do it?
In a second.
Right, that's, yeah.
Well, you could take the class again.
Yeah, you should take the class. First of all, I think you should.
That to hear it twice would help.
Yeah, please take the class, first of all. But second of all, it is pertinent to things we vote on here. It's pertinent to what they just voted on in Manhattan Beach. And they're gonna get sued and.
Yeah, but if we can get information, if we could get information from the class,
I'm sorry?
if we could get information from it was a webinar?
No, it was
Or was it
It was in person, downtown LA, yeah. It was, I thought you sent us to it.
I did, but
Oh, okay.
but I didn't go, so I didn't know if it was in person or if they had a webinar as well.
Yeah, it was in okay.
She was hoping we'd never come back.
But anyway, so, I just know it's really important. It was really important to our Catalina decision. And we were floating around in the dark on that. I was, even after taking the class. And that's why I need to know, what is happening now, who's getting sued, who's losing, who's prevailing, what are the rules, how do we not get our city as a planning commission tied up into a expensive lawsuit?
So is this information, not having us get tied up in courts, is that information that either either one or both of you can advise us at the time? No. At the time?
And that's why they had attorneys at the seminar, right?
Yeah.
Or that are
what I would recommend is we'll do what we can to see what information we can get that was, presented, discussed at that, and see if that's something we can distribute. We will make sure that as these educational opportunities come up, we'll make sure that we keep sending you guys the information. So as you're available, you can go to that. It's not something where we have to bring somebody in and that's why we had, Greg Kettles, our, outside attorney, to address the bigger projects that do have those legal issues and components to them. So, when we are addressing those bigger picture projects that do have some of those state law components that, where you do have that concern, that's when we're really making sure that the city attorney is available for those.
Perfect.
And no, I can't provide that legal advice.
No, but I think you've explained it perfectly, in that when those laws apply, you're going to provide us with a lawyer who understands those laws.
Exactly.
I guess I'm just asking for an overview.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they spit out rebuttals and laws and citations, and I don't have enough time to do all that on the fly. It's really hard to do.
Well, that's just it. And I thought, get an expert in who is familiar with cities our size and planning commissions. I'll come in, okay, here are the things you need to look out for. If you want to know, obviously you need a lawyer in the room and stuff like that, but don't get the idea that you're reading about a project and you're like, oh, this is ridiculous, I'm going to go in and reject it, because you're on a lot thinner ice than you think you are.
I think we already knew that, didn't we?
Yeah, that's clear.
I'm not sure.
So tonight, are we walking away with any actual referral, or is this
Well,
just?
I propose we do that. Do I have a second?
Well, Director Forbes said she's going to send information. Is that sufficient?
Well,
It's sufficient.
having done the class and then the information is all online. Their website is, is deep. It
We'll
has,
make sure to distribute that. We'll make sure, again, that every time there's a training that comes up, we'll make sure that you're aware of it so that each of you have that opportunity to sign up for it and go. And if there are other training sessions available that maybe not be that exact, group that's presenting it, that we could, still the planning commissioner training there's plenty of opportunities available for that, so.
okay, well, I'm still proposing that we have somebody who's an expert on it come in and talk to us for an hour just to give us the highlights on it so that, we are aware of quicksand before we fall into it. If I have a second, I have a second. If I don't, okay. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no.
No.
Okay, then the noes have it.
Was it no?
Huh?
All right. Roll. Yeah, wait.
No, I was a yes.
It was a yes.
2 no's.
You say yes?
I actually didn't. I'm still a little confused.
We have 2 yeses and 3 noes.
I mean,
How about this? Why don't we ask Director Forbes to,
Is there such a person that we could have come do this for us?
I'm going to be honest, I have zero bandwidth to try and find that person. Like right now, I'm trying to find staff members.
Right,
Okay.
yeah.
so why don't we ask
Come
Director Forbes come back in December with or what are our options? If we want more information, what are our options?
Yeah, well, taking the class, first of all, if there is a class coming up, I highly recommend it, and I think Commissioner Boswell and Commissioner Barrett probably agree with me on that.
Yeah. And it's so popular that they keep asking you, are you sure you're going? Because we got a huge waiting
They
list.
keep calling you up and they're like, yeah, you're coming, right?
The Coastal Act, was that an actual referral? Is there somebody on staff that can talk to us about the Coastal Act? Like the waterfront director or
Jim Light.
or residents? Jim.
You can read the Coastal Act. Did you know that?
I can read it. I've read it.
We can reach out to Coastal Commission staff to see.
It has big words. It has big words.
That's awesome.
We can reach out to Coastal Commission staff to see if somebody could come and speak to us, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we actually had someone from the county assessor's office come and speak to the Preservation Commission about how they do their assessments for Mills Act. So sometimes we just have to schedule the time and they're willing to come out and provide overviews and kind of just talk about topics like that. So we could always reach out to staff.
So is that your motion?
Hey, my motion was rejected, so if you want to make another motion or a friendly amendment.
Okay, Director Forbes, can we get somebody from the Coastal Commission to come speak to us within the next 6 months about the Coastal Act and its implications for the
We
planning
can make
commission?
that request.
Okay, can you make the request to?
We'll make the request sooner than that, and hopefully they could come within the next 6 months.
Okay, so.
Okay, Jim Light's not good enough?
Well, they have the.
Oh, yeah.
He knows too much.
He knows too much. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Yeah, a second?
Yes.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Motion carries.